Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Wednesday. Happy Maintenance Day. Every time I'm streaming, we have some maintenance, and there's a fly in the room. I don't even know how this fly got into the room, but boy is it annoying. Anyway, there is a lot to talk about, a lot to get on with. Let's start right there. Ruski, thank you for the 14-month resub. And Jack, thank you for the 2-month resub. Some more beers and party there. Joining on here today because YouTube showing me ads, as it is that time of the month where renewals are due. Oh, John, it's you, mate. So, it's due a renewal, and then the minute, I guess it's because you haven't renewed it yet, it's showing you ads. Typical. Well, you're more than welcome to hang out on Twitch, my friend, and thank you so much for continuing your sub. 07, everybody, and welcome. Let's see who's here first and foremost. Start with YouTube, in fact. Griff, JJ, Scott, Alcatraz, Sandman, Devil, Emperor, Vectornaut, Rhino. Thank you for the information, by the way, Vectornaut, and the help. Much appreciated. Cookie Monster, JMS, 07. I did pick my tower. I did. We're going to run through all the parts today. I have spent a long time learning, researching, checking, budgeting, trying to figure stuff out. On Twitch, we have Balth, that's cold. Balth, Sandman, Ralthan, Deacon, Craigie, Mighty Steed, Ruski. Are you lurking, mate? No worries. Greater, Rofus, Shredding Metal, Jones, Big Welsh Matt, Zuz, Johnny with a H, Siren, Marcon, Kemi, Booger, Hybrid, going down, Magtius, Dendra, Azrinth. My eyes are all blurring into one at the moment. Jack, of course. John, how you doing? And thank you. Peanut, Binks, Sinkhole, Tiberist, Lady Space, Glut, 07, and welcome. How are we all doing today? Are we having a good Wednesday or a bad Wednesday? It is Wednesday, correct? What's the in-game price of the raft? I don't know. I do not know. We have a lot to talk about. So 4.1.1. Well, firstly, starcitizen server maintenance right now. So can't jump in and play it, unfortunately. But that is fine. We will run through the parts list for the PC, kick off the funding goal, talk about 4.1.1, which is now in Wave 1. And then if we get time at the end, hopefully within, once the maintenance is done after supposedly 3 hours, we should have an hour at the end where we can jump in and just do another trading circle, another car boot or ship boot sale. I haven't changed any stock because I haven't played, but others might have, so we can all jump in and do that. Yeah, the Valkyrie's health has doubled. The raft has now got a lot of other stuff. Yeah, I'm a bit like this with the whole med gun thing, Lady Space. It's like, I like the fact that I don't have to keep hitting the same button to rotate around from multi-tool to med pen to multi-tool, because you can guarantee when you actually need the one you want, it pulls out the other one. But at the same time, it's a bit like, at least give me the option of either having it where the multi-tool is or where the pistol is. Allow me to choose. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to have it on either, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a bit like, I agree. I don't know why they would remove it as an option, now deciding whether you take a med gun. Like, you could literally be, I've got a pistol and a med gun, or I've got a pistol and a multi-tool. Or, if you have room, pistol, multi-tool, med gun, swap between them. Like, I get the frustration of, and I feel it when I'm swapping and it keeps bringing up the wrong one. But don't remove it completely. Like, I still need to use that, right? Very strange. Yeah, I guess, I know they want to kind of put people in, like, roles. Like, this person's the medic, so he carries this instead. But even medics, in certain circumstances, would carry a secondary sidearm more than they would carry a primary rifle, right? It's so strange. Blah, 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 blah. Spit, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining us. You recently picked up a crime stat and decided to go to Pyro to be on the run for a while, and you've been doing off-grid stuff. Very cool, mate. Thank you for watching my stuff, by the way. Yeah, it's probably the best place to go if you've got a crime stat. Hide out in the sticks of Pyro. Cameroni, welcome. 07. Let's just get this to somewhere where it's reasonable. We're going to be, chilling out and chatting for the most part today. So we have an open utility slot now. Well, I don't know. I guess you could put 2 multi-tools on there with a, like you say, with a second module. I don't. It seems like a pointless change. I can't think of a benefit to it aside from not putting, not having to cycle through from multi-tool to medpen, which is not like game-breaking annoying. It's just, wrong one. Like I get in there. What I would like to see is a button that you could just hit for the medpen, for the medgun, so that you can pull that up. But saying that, the medgun is more for treating people rather than yourself, not in a pinch. Like the medpen, is for treating yourself in a pinch, which has a bind. So having it, having the medgun as it was, with swapping between multi-tool and medgun, was fine, because you don't need it in a pinch. Generally, you'll have a medgun on yourself anyway. Raz, welcome. Yes, the free fly. When does it kick off? Is it Thursday? Flood, how you doing? Well, I mean, in a way, it doesn't... Yes, it now makes it so you have to choose between those or that, but at the same time, you could still make that decision just to kind of make it an ease of life, but I would rather stick to what we had and allow us to mess with the options. Surgical Shotty, how you doing? We do have a hotbar, technically. Well, not a hotbar, but you can hold down the button and cycle, which is fine. That works fine. Edinga, Fu Manchu, how are you doing? Thank you so much for becoming a channel member, by the way. Much appreciated. 7, Ruffy, how you doing? Beers party, there you go. Well, I despise the garbage developers comment, lady. They're not garbage developers. They're trying things, they're testing things. They make mistakes. They're not garbage developers. They're very competent developers. 8, Atticus, how you doing? Welcome. And I think it's pretty rude and obnoxious to say such a thing. Deplorable, thank you so much for your 3-month channel membership, my friend. Let's get some more beers and party out there. Thank you. Ubiquitar, welcome. 7. Have you ever taken the medical multi-tool attached? No, true. I haven't. I've never taken it. Mackie, how you doing? Welcome. Scumbags. Medpen can also be used to heal downed peeps. Well, yes, both can. Yeah. The medpen is more of a quick hit. I'm expecting that we will see with the medical profession advances in, more depth in using the different drugs and how we applicate, medical aid and so forth. Compared to what it is now, it's kind of very, very basic, isn't it? Well, not super basic. There is some detail to it, but it's definitely going to expand. Let's just make sure this isn't getting too loud. There we are. City Gamer 07, welcome. Yes, they are doing a great job. Can't stand it when people just say they're crap devs. Like, it's just nonsensical. The Reliant needs more skins. Well, or a lot of ships do, don't they? Yeah, a lot of ships do. I thought about telling you again, Ruffy. Thought about it. Space Guy, welcome. Siren. Still can't take a dump on the in-game toilets. Horrible devs. No, it's very true. Useless. Do you think there will be a med pen for sedating enemies? Yes. Well, there is definitely going to be, if not already, some form of drug. I don't think we have it yet, do we? But no, there will definitely be a way of, like, drugs to sedate. There will probably be things that you can craft via different fruits and plants and so forth, and chemicals, and mixing them together and then creating a sedative and so forth. Yes, absolutely. I feel like they should have just have 2 sidearm slots and you can put a pistol. Yeah, I mean, I think what is likely going to happen, and I agree with this, is there will be more bespoke roles per suit type. So not every suit, or an undersuit, for example, you know, like certain leg armors won't allow you to take all of it, whereas others will. I think they're just narrowing the focus to make it so that people make more conscious decisions about the role they are taking and so forth. I still think it would be great to have the option for both and all at this time. I definitely agree with that. But yeah, I think chances are, as we're seeing Starware start to evolve, like they're finishing off hopefully the art deck for it, that we'll start to see more sense behind these decisions, so that there is more of a direction to go in. So I'm sure it's not just a mindless choice, and if it is, hopefully they can change it back. But if it is an intention behind it, we can hear more about it and consider it then when I've heard their decision. Delta, welcome. Robert, welcome. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, with the raft, anytime we see any balances going on with ships, even increasing and buffs to ships, I don't know if it's the right choice, right? It's quite a significant change, and how that impacts the rest of the ships, that ship in the lineup and everything else, it'll have knock-on effects, and I don't know what the right approach is until they get to the point where it's like, okay, this is kind of where we're seeing things settling. Then I'll be able to say, all right, well, that seems a little out of whack. Right now, there's so much out of whack with every ship that it's kind of like any change could be a good thing, even if it's an increase or a decrease, or it could be a bad thing. It really depends, because they all have knock-on effects. So, as nice as it is to see something get a huge increase in cargo capacity, like the Valkyrie got the other day as well, it's whether it's the right choice, I don't know. This is kind of what they're doing, isn't it? It's dialing it all in now. David, how you doing? Can you change your spawn location? Yes. Yeah, so you go to the medical center or wherever, and then you set your respawn point to that location. It doesn't make it your home location in the sense that all of your gear will be automatically moved. You'll have to do it manually, but you can change your spawn, your imprint location. Kif, thank you so much for the subscription, by the way. JMS, okay, you're jumping over as well for the subscription. Thank you so much. Oh, is that your Prime sub? Well, thank you so much, my friend. Much appreciated for sending that my way. Beers and party, please. Damage, welcome, 07. It certainly could be, lady, an intentional combat-focused decision. Like I say, if it is with the intention of better advancements in starware and armor that make sense, fine. But as it stands right now, I would rather have it as it was, where we can, you know, like yourself, where we can have those options to have both and all. Preferably, anyway. Only the Hull B can dethrone the raft. Yeah, that's true. That's the thing. Like a simple change like that can really have knock-on effects down the line. G.I. Joe, L7, Michael Ross, welcome. Anyone know a good 4 to 5 man combat ship? Constellation is probably the best place to go for that, I would say. I would think later on, when you want to play medic, you will have to choose. Yes, I'm pretty certain it's an ideal sort of direction that they want people to choose. So, like, if you're in a team of 4, you might have a sniper and a medic and a support. You know, like people who fill specific roles, which they've said in the past is going to be the case, and that is very likely why that change has come in. But yeah, it has a big impact. It really does. Alt Vigimite, thank you guys for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're getting a bit fatigued by all the FPS and ship combat missions and focus that's been... Well, that's not to say that we won't see industrial focus missions coming down the line. I think what they're doing right now is taking this new dynamic mission system and the whole refactor and getting, first and foremost, low-hanging fruit, which is generally combat missions, because combat's been the main, you know, driving force, I suppose, for the most part. But that's not to say that we won't see mining missions, salvage, you know, more industrial focused, especially as crafting evolves. I don't think, like right now, we seem to be seeing a lot of combat stuff. We're definitely going to see more on the way of industrial this year, I would definitely expect. But yeah, I agree. I don't really engage too much in the combat stuff because I've done it all before. So I don't do it. I do whatever else I do, and then maybe dabble now and again, just for the, you know, a change up of things. Dodger, how you doing? Hope we have some progress in AI that would actually bring life to the game. Yes, like transport. It seems right now they're working on getting AI more believable in a social aspect, which in turn should, you know, be part. Like we're hearing and reading in the monthly reports a lot about the navigation and their abilities to pass through areas like transit and so forth. Getting to the point where they're able to go into a tram, go into an elevator, get into a ship, fly a ship, land, and so on and so forth. It's like they are further advancing their abilities, at which point it'll, you know, that'll open up a lot, like bounty hunting, proper bounty hunting, like mouse and cat and mouse stuff, and of course VIB transport. We've been hearing a lot about that on in the monthly report, but and to be fair, they've been rolling out a lot of AI updates for NPCs, and there are capabilities in all areas quite a bit, but there is definitely a lot to come because, again, the monthly report is mostly focused around AI advancements and things. Noob, Sebastian, how you doing? 07, welcome. Thank you, Alt. Much appreciated, my friend. I'm glad you enjoy him. Looking forward to getting back on with the off-grid stuff, Zero to Hero stuff. Definitely. Captain Rossin, thank you for the follow. 07. Yes, exactly. Squadron is combat focused. That's why, for the most part, we've seen just combat focused stuff being prioritized, you know, since the project began. But they did say that things are going to start becoming more industrial focused, especially with crafting on the way. It needs it, right? Jen, how are you doing, my friend? How was your stream? Thank you so much. Were you playing 4.1.1 or were you on... Well, I assume you might have been on live prior to the maintenance update. How has it gone for you? Either way, thank you so much for the raid. Exclamation DEF. Thank you so much. Still crashing on landings. Oh, me? Well, occasionally, yeah. Rickhan, how you doing, sir? Nice to see you. Welcome. This really changes many things for many players. I usually carry a medgun on my left and a pistol on my right, a knife in the other slot, and a multi-tool in my backpack. Now I cannot run loadout at all. I just prefer not to equip a multi-tool. Oops, it's gone. Hang on. And if I'm using a combat knife, yeah, no, it does have a big impact. It does have a huge impact on decision making, which I suppose is the point. That's why they're doing it, but. First glance, it's like, oh, don't like that much. We'll see where it goes. Meh, how you doing? Welcome. So we don't know when crafting is coming out, but technically we already have crafting to some degree with the Vulture, the Reclaimer. And last we heard, I think, was that the whole cycle of crafting, so gathering, fabricating, you know, blueprints, creating an item and using it, is working internally. They just need to make it so that it is player facing. So they've got UI that we can use so that we can see what's going on, which I don't know how long that will take, but I certainly think we'll see a lot of crafting come out this year, or crafting develop this year, hopefully with fabricators as well, and maybe even a ship to do it with. Flying Wombat, thank you for the follow, my friend. Oztech 07. There's Sunshine. You was on live, were you? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, mate. Was it working all right for you? And you, Oztech, are you well, my friend? You logged off just before the server maintenance. Very wise. Very wise. I just personally think that if you can bring everything with you at all times, is not. No, I agree. I do agree with that. And when they've stated in the past that they want roles to be more fulfilling and decision-making and teamwork, this is kind of part of that. And I like that. But yeah, on the surface, it's like, let me keep my med gun. You're always live, never Memorex. You are. I think Tiberius is discombobulated. Oh yeah, knife slot on the chest. Yeah, I think as we see Starware come along, it'll start to make more sense and be more interesting. But I still would like to keep my med gun. Yes, there's been, well, there's not been a patch today, but what they are rolling out with this hotfix is pushing out, this server maintenance. They're pushing out fixes for surface minables not being detectable and fauna not spawning. So those of you who have been trying to mine, not being able to find minables, this should fix that problem. You as well, also. Taking an unintended break. Nice. Ty, how you doing? Good morning. Welcome. Sure thing, Jen. Have a good night, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. Would like to know my thoughts on the new referral rewards. I'm interested to see what they are. It's a shame that, I lose all my potential prospects, all my count, but whatever. It was free stuff anyway. I am very excited to see what these referral rewards are going to be and start earning them. But, ever since I got to, I think it was 500 where I unlocked whatever 2 ships it was, or whatever ship it was, I've just been using my patrons' referral codes. So, for the patrons, I just put there as part of a thank you. I'll just rotate through their referral codes rather than my own. So it's not really a, something I've been striving for of late. Oh yeah, Pioneer. Certainly looks like kit flying. It's coming along. Scorpion, welcome. What are my feelings on the early free fly event starting tomorrow? Do you mean early in terms of before Invictus? I think it's good. I think we're in a place now where the game is actually handling itself pretty well. There's still problems, but it's not as bad as it was, especially when free flies would usually happen. So get them involved, get them on, see what they think. Just gives new players an opportunity to, or potential backers an opportunity to see if it is, if an alpha is something that they want to play. There's nothing wrong with it not being something they want to play. It's just, is it or not for you, as a new potential backer? Or would you rather wait? Do you guys unironically use a handgun? I do, but it's very rare that I do. Sometimes I even just forget to bring a handgun. Jackal, 07 sir, welcome. Riot, how you doing? If I win, you a fight switching quicker than a reload. You what? If I win you in a fight switch, is it actually quicker then with is there a speed up with using the handgun? I mine on a planet only. I don't mine in space. It's boring. You camp in you pack in a camping bag for the weekend. Very nice. Because are you supposed to be in bed right now, Hybrid? Maxim, welcome. You don't think during the next free fly service will bomb as usual? I'm sure there will be a knock-on effect, but the servers are actually handling things pretty well now that server meshing is in, and they tend to hold up better. I mean, at landing zones, that's generally where they still deplete quicker, but yeah, I think free flies are a good idea now. The last time we were going to have one, they cancelled it, didn't they? Because it was most likely going to be a problem. But now I think start rolling them out again, because I'm seeing a big uptick in, and including my own experience, of players having a better time in the verse. So, get it going. Heloton, welcome. How are you doing today? Looks like they updated Spectrum. Well, I know they've updated the website. I haven't checked Spectrum in a while. The big issue is new players won't play because of bad videos they watch. What do you mean bad videos they watch? Who's putting out bad videos? Or do you mean creators that are just complaining about the game? Yeah, mining looks like it's had quite a lot of interesting updates. I've been wanting to do it in 4.1 since it released, but without, I tried it with the Geo. Minables wouldn't be seen, so I just gave up on that one for the time being. Ren Stimpy, how you doing? Love that show. 07, thank you for the follow. Are you well? No, nothing about fixing Hathor satellites. I think it's likely for client crashes more than anything. I think the only thing this hotfix is bringing, or the only two things, are the minables and the fauna spawning. Defiant, how you doing? Yeah, doubled cargo capacity. Crazy. Well, more than double, really. Kenobi, welcome. I would love if CIG updated the bunker missions. There should be a random amount of NPCs playing Heidi. Yeah, I would prefer it to be more set amounts rather than, spawn closets that just keep going, but we'll see. Stanko, how you doing? Yeah, potentially. Well, in terms of mining updates this year, I think the chances are we'll see a lot more minables come in, their distribution being a bit more logical and sort of set. Maybe even qualities coming in to get in line with mineral qualities. And hope to get in line with crafting, but also hopefully refining ships. That would be cool, but maybe not. We'll see. What's that, Moroccan Hawks? Steel Series. Oh, your headphones. Yeah, I mean, Steel Series do great headphones. The ones that I used to have before I got these Philips ones were just the best, but they don't do them anymore, unfortunately. I use Steel Series keyboard. Been using this M800 for years. You can, funnily enough, mine in Pyro without issue. That's so funny. I think you need both sides to get a few view of Star Citizen good and bad. Oh, do you mean, yeah, in terms of positive and negative? Yeah, absolutely. People who are new need to do their research. Absolutely, 100%. Whether they do or not is, individual. I think we are going to see the Starlands attack for Invictus. It seems very possible. Ali Cat, how you doing? Welcome. Looking forward for refineries to be emptied to local inventory instead of ships. Yes, I guess that should be a thing, shouldn't it? Local inventory of the station, where you can essentially then load it up. Yeah, that would be nice. I think comments from both sides are important. Yes, absolutely. Cold Rain, good morning. How you doing today? Yeah, server maintenance, rent. Example, their main complaint is about amount of money Star Citizen got, and call it a scam instead of look. Yeah. That's why when anyone comes in and actually asks to know, to get an answer about Star Citizen, even if we see people just say Star Citizen's a scam, then we just ban them because they're clearly not here to listen or learn. But whatever. Zimba, how you doing? What did you go for? I haven't actually got the rig yet. I'm going to kick off the funding goal today. We're going to talk more about... In fact, we'll get on with that now, because there's a lot to talk about there. But it's a beast. It is an absolute beast. And I will do a dedicated video building it. I wasn't going to do one, but I definitely wasn't going to stream it, because when I'm streaming and things go wrong, it's like I just freeze. So if that was happening during a build of a new PC... that would be a problem, even though I'm sure you could all help. But building it on filming myself do it, where I can cut out any long thinking times, would be good. But I have spent a good long time doing a lot of research on what to use, what's best, what is a waste of money, what should I spend, and so forth. I did get... Chillblast did actually write back saying that from the guy who's looking into affiliates and partnerships. Because if you don't know, I've sent out emails to pretty much all of the known and decent PC building companies and component companies, like Chillblast and Scan and Overclockers. Just to see if any one of them are interested in a potential partnership or working together in exchange for a decent discount. And so I've sent all the information to him. He said they'll be deciding in a month or so. I can't see them taking me on just because they don't generally sell components. They sell full builds, and I want components so I can build it myself. And at the same time, I'm not a big creator. So someone like Chillblast will be looking for the most amount of range and shout out that they can get. And I can only provide what I can provide, which isn't the biggest. A 5090 and 9800. Woo! Well, I'm still Digital Tengu, friend of mine, channel member, is sending me his 4090, so that's going to be my GPU. But I'm getting the 9950 X3D because it games almost as good as the 9800. In some cases better, in some cases lesser, generally about the same. But the actual content, you know, the productivity of it is like hugely beneficial for me. So what I will do, let me just pause that. Let me show you what I've got here. Now the total, without a GPU, is 2,500, 26. If I can get it all for that price, generally it's about 25, 26, 27. Ideally, the funding goal is going to be for 3,000 because if I can get the full amount, then I will increase the 64 gig to 96. I will probably get better drives rather than this one, or maybe you know the ones that I'm using from my previous build. When I put together the ideal sort of drive setup for what I need for editing and so forth and streamlining that, it was like 3,700, and I was like, no, not a chance. So I've sort of reduced those things. I'll run through each component, my decision behind it. If we raise between, obviously if we raise nothing, I'll just put money aside and work towards it as normal. But if we can get there quicker with help, then that's great. If we can get the full amount, there are ways that I can invest it better. But I'll run through it all and let you know what my decisions were. Ixion Cloud, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Welcome. Yeah, I'm going Ryzen 9. I'm going to go straight to the top and future-proof it for a good long while. So, and also I'm future-proofing the build, whereas my old one is DDR4. I need to, you know, sort of start afresh. Victor, thank you for the follow. So, yeah, we will run through this, and I will break it down. But that's kind of the plan right now. I won't leave it on that forever, because it'll be boring for you all to just sit and watch that. Smugs, welcome. 07. Night Kai, how you doing? So, RGBs. Not too bothered about RGBs. I am getting the Corsair IQ Link with 4 fans, but it's not to have full-on crazy colours. I will probably go with like a warm amber colour to suit the case, which is the Fraxel North XL. Why the LX120s instead of the QX? But I will... What I'll do is I'll put up this now. That's the funding goal. We will... It's not got a timeline. Generally, a month or 2 would be ideal, but it really depends on when Tengu can get me his 4090 anyway. Basehead, how you doing? Welcome. Billups, no, I haven't. I haven't jumped onto the PTU yet. I've just not had any time, I'm afraid. Do a leopard skin thong PC build stream. Do you know, like, I was thinking, you know, I'll do a... My immediate thought when I said I'll do a PC build was Henry Cavill, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to get a tank top on. It will look horrific. It is not going to be that sexy, I'm afraid. So there are... So do you think... So the Samsung 990s, aren't they like top of the line NV and M.2s for Star Citizen? Wouldn't that be the best one for... Is there a better one for Star Citizen? Jackal, how you doing? Yeah. The tank top isn't going to work, though. It'll look a bit weird with my flimsy arms. I'm thinking about that, Flying Wombat, about storage, but like right now, I am running on my content creation thing. It's a 4 gig 4TB hard drive, right? So it's a hard drive, which is really slow, and I'm only about a third of the way through it. So I'm going to use that in the new build to kind of use that for long-term storage for now. But I will be getting a 4TB. If this is the thing, if I can raise more than what is showing here, then I will probably go for bigger, better. Like, RAM and drives are where I will spend the extra, because when I first put the build together, as I say, I put a load of really decent drives in, and it came to like 3700, which is just ridiculous. So the Samsung 9100 Pro is the best. Welcome, Francesca. How much is that then? Yeah, exactly, Ruffy. And it takes forever for things to load. So, you know, going M.2. This is why I've chose the ProArt Creator motherboard, because it's got this super quick connectivity between the 4 NVMe drive. Like, it's got 4 slots for M.2s, and they're super quick to connect to each other. So using those for my 4K compressed, I'm not going to bother with RAID because I'm using compressed, you know, H.264 stuff. There's no point in going RAID. The benefits aren't going to really outweigh the risk of like RAID 0, for example. I've looked into NAS. I would rather not. I don't think it's going to be necessary, really. Yo, Real Sandig. Yeah, I mean, I have an M.2... Sorry, a Samsung 980 right now, and that does well. But I want to... For my StarCitizen drive specifically, I want to always make sure that I'm on the best that I can get. If the 990 is not the best I can get, then I will certainly look into an alternative, provided it's not ridiculously priced. It's $600. Yeah, it's kind of... I don't think it would be necessary for me right now, personally. Stripped raids, I don't really think that's necessary either. It's just such an overcomplicated thing for what I need. I don't think if I start doing, you know, extremely high bitrate content or raw, you know, footage, then going down the raid path is probably beneficial. But I'm just using Shadowplay to record 4K 60 FPS. It should be enough. Cyborg, thank you so much for the 18-month resub. Whew, 18 months! That's crazy! Oh, I haven't been keeping up with the new subs, have I? Well, we had about 2, I think. Is that right? I need to be paying more attention. There's 1. Kifaru, thank you. Alright, just the 1 today, I think. Zimba, thank you for the 6-month resub. Beers and party, please. Right, let me just run through this, and then I will take questions, and I will hear advice and so forth. But let me just run through the first one. Drives for backup. Yeah, well, that's what the intention of the 4TB hard drive is. That I will bring across just as a long-term backup. No, I haven't tried eBuyer. Is that any good? I think, welcome. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Beers and party, please. How are you? G-Sharp, welcome. Yeah, exactly, JMS. In this case, so the case is the Fractal North. Hang on. Fractal North XL. It looks gorgeous. I'm going to put the all-in-one on the front to draw in air. And then 3 link fans at the back, at the top, and another one here to sort of draw it in and up and out. That's the plan. And again, I won't use like RGB, but I will use a color scheme that just flows throughout. So as you know, 9950 X3D, the best one for creation, where you get it pretty much equal gaming prowess as the 9800 X3D, but you also get that processing power that will help with editing, Premiere, especially, that kind of stuff. The Corsair IQ Link Titan with 4 IQ Link. I'll have a look into the other type of fans and see. From what I understand, the QX are the better ones, but I will look into the other stuff and see what... Yes, that's what I'm on here, Ralph. Welcome, by the way, mate. That's what I'm using here with all this stuff is the... PC part picker. Yeah, it's actual wood. It's such a beautiful case. Shame about the sound that it creates, sucking air in, but it's not going to be generally any louder than what I have now. The RAM that I've gone for, or that I'm planning to go for, is G-Skill Trident Z5. And I'm going to start at 65 gig. Now, I've only gone 6,000, which, as someone stated a while back, is the sweet spot. Colt, welcome. I think with this processor as well, I think it says anything over 6,200 transfers it becomes unstable, or it can become unstable. So there's no point in going faster. Now, 64 will be basic minimum. If we reach the full amount of 3,000, then I will upgrade it to 96, because that will help with editing in Premiere, because the off-grid stuff that I do, if it's at 4K, the timelines are generally 30, 40 plus minutes. So those long timelines at 4K, more RAM will be beneficial, but 64 will suffice. And the downside is, I can't just be like, it's not like I can get, because it's either 248 sticks or 232. It's not like you can just swap it in with something else. Yeah, I think a lot of components are being scalped. Hopefully by the time it comes around to actually buying the stuff, it'll be easier, but also if I can partner with a company, they can source it for me if possible, but we'll see how it goes. It all depends on what the price is that they can do for me. Just calls it porn. What's this? That's the case from the build that you're finished a month ago. Is it easy to work with? From what I understand, the front fans are a bit of a pain in the ass to swap out, but, you know, I'll just drill them. I'm joking. I'll figure that out. Yes, I didn't know that, Maxim, that little tab at the back. That's pretty cool, that little leather tab. Nicole, how you doing? Welcome. Are you well? Well, the trouble is with this case, bigger fans can often cause louder airflow because the front of the case, it has a funny, it's got the connecting frame where when the air is drawn through it, it creates a noise. 120mm will reduce the sound because it's not sucking as much air through the actual bars. 140 will be a bit louder. Anything bigger than that will probably be a lot louder. Do you know, I've actually got a new leaf blower coming today, funnily enough, for real. So the plan today, Nicole, is just to chill out and chat, because server maintenance at the moment. If we get chance later on, then I will jump in. Yes, the reason... So one of the big benefits of this ProArt Creator motherboard, you have two top Gen 5 M.2 slots that are direct to CPU, direct to the chipset, and then the next two are Gen 4. So it's super quick. The connectivity between them all is superb, and should just allow editing to be, and you know, transferring and so forth to be super quick as well. Miklos S7, welcome. Now, the drive, so Star Citizen. The first slot, the top slot, the plan is... let's have a look at that one. Yeah, oh yeah, I've looked into it. I've looked into it heavily. Vilkrin, thank you, mate. Sorry, yeah, by all means, that's the chat. That's the, what do you call it, the motherboard. Now, I currently have, I think it's a 980... M.2, 1 terabyte for Star Citizen, and at any given time I could have so far 4 builds, right? You've got live, PTU, ePTU, tech preview, not to mention if there's a hotfix channel as well. That's 5 essentially almost a 500 or 400 gig drive. Now, that's all right for now because it doesn't go any too much further beyond that. But if Squadron's releasing next year, I'm going to put that on the same one. So I've gone with a 2 terabyte. Plus, I suspect the game size will increase as the development continues, the file size. So going with a 2 terabyte 990 Pro. If there is a better one, I'm open to listening. But at 124 quid for it, that's quite cheap, especially in comparison to the drive that you suggested earlier. That's like $600. That feels a bit overkill. And I'll just keep that one drive in the top slot for everything Star Citizen and only Star Citizen. Nothing else will go in that. The second slot is going to be for my operating system and my apps like Premiere and so forth. And that will also be a 990 Pro 2 terabyte one. Like I say, both Gen 5. Not that it'll take super advantage of that because they're only Gen 4, but it will do a little bit of... it'll still be a bit beneficial there. Sure thing, Jack. No worries, mate. Oh, I see you're thinking. So larger fans need lower RPM. That is something to consider, G-Sharp. But what's the biggest fan size you can put in that case then? Is it 200? I think I saw a video of them saying that it was. The MSI Velox. Ooh, that sounds fancy. If you want to keep the 200mm fans, I would suggest the Noctura 200mm. They're relatively quiet compared to the default ones. Does Corsair do an IQ version of 200 to kind of keep it all unified with their color scheming, so that at least the color that I choose, not that it's a big deal, is unified? Do T-Fog? What's T-Fog? No, this second rig is my second PC, or my current PC is going to become a stream machine. A lot of the drives will be coming out of that into this one, into the new one. I'll just keep one like 512 gig SSD, M.2 for the operating system and the apps, and that will just be for streaming. Apple, how you doing? Well, yeah, it's quite reasonable when you consider games already are well over 100, but I do suspect it'll grow. If I get a chance today, I can pop the front off that case and post it. Yes, please do, JMS. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Smugs. And then for the... So let me just pull up my sheet, my data sheet for what I'm going to do with my drive. So, like I say, first M.2, Star Citizen, Gen 5, priority speed. I want Star Citizen to be flawless as much as possible. The second slot, operating system and apps. That's also Gen 5. Now, I've got a Samsung 980 Pro 1 terabyte in my build at the moment, which is what Star Citizen is on. I'll probably use that for my other games and drop that into the fourth slot. I don't need a big drive for other games. I barely play anything else, and if I do, it's never going to exceed the 1 terabyte. I mean, it might, but I'll just swap them out. The third slot, which is Gen 4, unfortunately, but still, it's good compatibility between the drives, is the so far it's the Lexar NM790 4 terabyte with a heatsink. I'm gonna get the one with the heatsink because the price difference is only like 20 quid, and with it being transferring a lot of 4K stuff, it's gonna be important just to keep the thermals down. But that's one that I wouldn't mind looking into. If we get more, or the full amount, sorry, then I will look into getting a better one or a bigger one. And again, the drives, because I've got an 860Q VO 1 terabyte SATA, which I will use for overflow or just temporary storage, and then long-term archive. I've got that WD 4 terabyte hard drive. But again, the drives, if we get the full amount, then I will look into that again and do a bit of a mix around and see what I can do better. My volume, is it too loud, Smugs? Yeah, I was looking at Crucial stuff. I think it's too expensive for, I think it was one of them anyway, for what I'm going for. If like I say, if I get more, then it might be the Crucial route, it might be something else. Do they not do 200 mil? Nah. Yeah, absolutely. I'll look into doing the bigger fans, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't need to have any color, you know, RGB or anything, but, you know, signal RGB vectors, you say, there might be an option if it's different brands. We'll see. We'll see what I end up with. Tivil, how you doing? News in regards to what, my friend? Star Citizen. Lee W07, welcome. Just make sure the hard drive gets a special place for holding out this long, or sell it to the museum. I've got my old PC hard drives. I'm just going to drill them because you can't. I don't want to sell secondhand drives because they all have, you know, you can still get data off of them. No, this is from a while ago. This isn't 4.1. I should probably. It's an old video that. Still on there though. I think my new setup with M.2 SSD directly behind my CPU is better than SAT. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Especially for Star Citizen. And going M.2 versus SATA will have benefits. Not massively, but still beneficially. The Titan all-in-one comes with RX and not Q. Right, yeah, true. So going with RX would match that. That's a very good point, actually. Well, I'll look into getting the 200mm because, like, I do want to keep noise down to a minimum, but it's not vital because I don't think this mic will pick it up because it has decent, noise cancelling. Yeah, but what I mean flying is instead of Lexar. So I'll stick with Samsung 990s for the main stuff, but for my main sort of editing, you know, footage drive, at the moment I'm looking at Lexar because it's a reasonable price for what I get. Space Cow, thank you so much for the, what's it called? Super Chat, my friend. Become ungovernable. Absolutely. Beers and party players. Thank you so much, mate. Arthur, welcome. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. How are you doing? You prefer screaming quietly. Yo, Max. Calpin, welcome. Real Exodus. RGB for more FPS. Yeah. Let's be honest. If we are all upgrading our PCs for Star Citizen, we should get additional concierge status for each dollar spent. Absolutely. Yeah. Totally should. Get a thick all-in-one for your CPU to keep your noise down. They're rather cheap. Well, I think this is quite a thick one, isn't it? In terms of power supply, I was going to go 1,000, but when you add the 4090, so I'm getting a Zotac 4090 from Tengu, and that will increase the sort of estimated wattage of the whole machine to about 812, I think it was, which is fine in terms of the headroom there, but two issues is it could, you know, any throttling and so forth, I'd rather make sure that it's fine thermally wise, but also in terms of the fans, my thinking was to keep the fan speed down, having a better, larger power supply will also impact that so it doesn't ramp up as much, but yeah, we'll see. Because it's free, Vazaurus. The 4090 is free, and the 5090 is £2,000. So I would rather stick to a free GPU. He did say that I could sell it though, which if I do, I would probably go for a 5080. A 5090, firstly, is just way overpriced, and secondly, but they're saying that I wouldn't go for a 5080 because the 4090 generally performs at a reasonable rate. It's a bit better in terms of performance than the 5080, but obviously the 5080 gets newer tech and so forth. But I'll probably keep the 4090 for now and then wait for the next generation and then go up to whatever the 60 offers. Yes, exactly, David. I was looking at 1,000. Originally, I was like 1,600. That'll sort it out. But then it felt a bit overkill, and the price just skyrocketed. So I started dropping down to try and find a good budget there. 1000 felt a bit. I would worry, in case there is any like spikes. But 1200 should be more than enough, and it future-proofs it as well for anything coming up that needs extra push. Yeah, PC upgrades, concierge. Yeah, exactly, Ralph. Yeah, 10% more. So, you know, the only upgrade from a 4090 would be a 5090, but that's just stupid price right now. You said you would mount on the front. What needs to be checked? Oh, plenty of space. Yeah, I've checked all that. Plenty of space, either top or bottom. It will pass fine. Same with the PSU. Plenty of space there. In fact, it's within the threshold, but I'm only likely going to have one hard drive at all. So that's plenty of space for the PSU as well. I've done all that checks. I like more fans than big fans, but you can get silent fans. But patrons are much better, eh? Well, at the end of the day, bigger fans will certainly keep it cooler and be less quiet. More smaller fans would generally cause more noise. You like OnlyFans? Yeah, the 2080 Ti is still a beast. Yeah, I'm getting the North Standard. Sorry, the North XL. I'm getting the XL one. Just to give me some extra headroom for everything. But, yeah, as it stands, that's kind of where we are right now. That's set. Definitely getting that. Definitely getting this. If possible, I will go to 96, budget dependent, but 64 will suffice for now. Those two, I think, are set. I don't think there's anything better to go for right now that isn't going to be that reasonably priced, to be fair. I think I paid more than that for my 980 when I got that first. This can be changed. I haven't put in everything here. There is still my other drives. Like I say, I've got a Samsung 980 Pro 1TB. I've got a 860 QVO 1TB SATA and a 4TB hard drive. Ideally, I would get bigger, better, faster drives, but if we raise that or somewhere near to this, like above 2000, then I will stick to something like this and just utilize what I already have, which will be fine. But there is definitely better wins to be had with better drives that will help with, you know, editing and so forth, and just playing the game and so forth. That's pretty much set. I don't think there's any reason to go for anything different than the HX 1200. The case is set. The only real thing that I would look into changing or be interested in doing more research into is the all-in-one, the fans, the setup, the sizes, and see if there is a better option there. Thank you, Primal. Yeah, Fractal seem to be doing some really cool stuff right now. Jason, welcome. I am rocking a no PC at the moment, except a work laptop. I miss playing the game, but at some point I will get a new PC. Yeah, it's all just a waiting game, isn't it? Trying to get up to it again. But yeah, and then obviously this PC will become a dedicated stream machine, and it will offload any of that pressure. And if the game crashes, or if, you know, my main PC crashes for whatever reason, be that it shouldn't, but, you know, starcitizen could cause a crash, the stream won't die. I'll be able to use the AV1 encoder with the 4090. Oh, they're saying that. I might have to do some form of pass-through. I don't know how that works. We'll see. It could be even it's more powerful. It does not mean more noticeable performance. I think with those cards, it's a lot about resolution. What's this? Sorry, Real Exodus. You talking to me there? Yeah, the plan is, I mean, I think the way that I would have it going in terms of this, I'll look again into the fans to see if there is a way to bring in the negative pressure, but I think having it drawn in here from the all-in-one, so it would be cooler air because it's not having to pass through, you know, anywhere yet. Draw it in there and up, out there and out the back with whatever fans should create negative pressure. I am yet to look into that more in depth, though. if we are experiencing maintenance, why have I not been kicked out of the PTU? Maybe it's not for the PTU, maybe it's just... Is it just for live? I don't think I do, Max. I shouldn't need a capture card for stream. I'm hoping not, but if I do... Oops, sorry. Then I'll just, you know, I'll look into buying that myself. Yeah, Rafe, it's... Did you ever get an ups? Oh, what, Francesco? It's... Digital Tengu is waiting to buy a 5090. When he gets that, he's going to send me for free his 4090, which is just mind-blowingly generous and solves a big problem with sourcing a GPU. It just takes a lot of the price out of it, which is why it's allowing me to put more investment into the other parts. Otherwise, of course, I'd have to just sort of reduce it even more so. No, not the Founder. It's a Zotac one. Zotac 4090. Not the best 4090, but it's better than the 3080. I'm not going to complain at all. Case Rex, welcome. No idea when 4.1.1 will go to live. My guess is towards the end of this... Well, maybe, hopefully the end of this week, but more likely early next week. I still think we're going to see a 4.1.2, personally, for Invictus. Even though they are testing the Invictus halls and whatnot right now, I still think it'll be 4.1.1, end of week live, and then open up a 4.1.2 with more fixes, Invictus-specific stuff, ships. That's my expectation. DocBot, how you doing? I have discovered, because of Star Citizen, that my power supply is just enough to power my PC, and that is just a slight GPU overclock is too much. What is your power supply then, and your specs? George, how you doing? No weather already. They're still working on it from the monthly report, but no word of when it's coming out. I think it's this year. I haven't tried DaVinci, but it's taken me a long time to get competent with Premiere. If I was to start something completely new, it would be a big setback. That's not to say that long term it wouldn't be beneficial, but right now I'm quite content with Premiere, but it's definitely something for the future to look into, is DaVinci. I don't know what the best is, but yeah, I've been using Premiere for a while now, or for 10 years, so I know how that works. Yeah, a free 4090 anything is better than nothing. Litters, welcome. Question regarding the raft. Is there an easy way to take the Atlas on the... I don't know. It depends on whether you can actually clamp it to the cargo grid. If you can, which you might be able to, then you can just stick it on the cargo grid. See, I am not a fanboy of Intel, Nvidia, or AMD, or anyone. Whoever is doing the best job for the best price gets my vote, or gets my money. It is as simple as that. AMD look to be doing the right stuff. No earlier than Friday next week, you reckon? So you think the all-in-one Cold Rain is more pricey than the performance than what it can do in terms of performance versus other all-in-ones? What would you suggest then? I'm definitely open to options. Yeah, the case it'll just suit my office perfectly, will the case. Just be like me and keep a side of the case open and a floor fan pointing at it. Funnily enough, on my current PC with the 3080, I cannot shut the panel. I've got a Lianli de Bauer, whatever it is, OX11, and I O11, and I cannot shut the thing off because of the graphics card sticking out. So with a 4090 on the way, I definitely needed to upgrade the case, but I'll probably side mount that when I convert it into a stream machine. Yes, I still plan to get an uninterruptible power supply. It's just, there's, money, as always. There's always other things that need to be bought. So it's, I've got one in my wish list, which was recommended by Deacon, I think it was. and I'll pick that up at some point. It's definitely something I'll need, and when I get this new machine, it'll be even more important. You was the same then. Premiere started crashing. Oh, okay. Well, thankfully, touch wood, it hasn't started. That hasn't happened for me. Let the update cook a little longer. Well, it depends on what they need to do, doesn't it? Deadbeat, how you doing? Thank you so much. Big fan of your off-grid gameplay focus, creating your own content rather than following the mission system. Hope all is well and the new setup is working fine. I haven't got it yet. We are crowdfunding it, but the hope is in a month or two to be able to buy all the pieces and then put it together. But thank you so much. Yeah, right now my content is 2K. And it can take an age to edit and process, and mostly because the drives are old, they're slow, and I'm, waiting. And in Premiere, not to say that DaVinci is going to be better with my setup, I don't know, but in Premiere, when I actually edit a video, if it's in 2K and it's, gameplay footage of 2K, I have to lower the actual visual quality of what I'm seeing to an eighth of the the resolution, so that I can actually play it without it stopping and stuttering and it literally freezes, and I have to lower it to 1/8 just to edit it, which makes it difficult to see the nuances, to do the transitions, because when it transitions fade to black, it just kind of scats around. So the plan is this new PC is just going to take the off-grid stuff, the gameplay stuff, and my general videos as well. I will slowly get around to downloading any B-roll, official CIG footage into their highest resolution, while also spending more time recording more of my own personal footage for everything in a build. Basically, like Morphologist does. But the difference being, Morphologist puts out a video every so often. I put out multiple videos a week. That's why there's that trade-off of my own raw footage being B-roll from official CIG stuff, because I just don't have the time to do all that, or there isn't anything available prior to a patch going out. But the intention is to get to the point where I'm able to record everything in high-res cinematic with everything maxed out to essentially have videos visually as good as Morphologist, because he is top dog for cool looking ass videos. I wish I had a free 3080 to give away. With Corsair, you're paying more for the name. I originally was going to go Lianli, then someone said Corsair's better. Because originally I was going to put it in a Lianli case. But, yeah, I'll see what else there is. Absolutely. You may want to consider an alternative to the Titan All-in-One. It's power hungry and requires a GPU power cable. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that then and see what else is better. IT companies at bankruptcy sales for UPSs. If I put money aside, I shouldn't have to. I should be able to just pick one up. That's fine. Normally fans, how you doing? A free 5090? That would be nice, wouldn't it? I want a caseless to improve. You went caseless to improve airflow. Just chassis, no panels. That was until my cat knocked a pint of Guinness into it. What was your cat drinking Guinness for? You don't give it a pint of Guinness? Vigorous, for crying out loud. Cats stick to lager. They don't go for Guinness. Sends them wacky. Deadbeat, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, my friend. Beers and patty, please. There we go. Let me just catch up. You've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance? Yeah, that's the only one that I have installed on my PC, other than Star Citizen, in fact. It's Kingdom Come. I ain't touched it in a while, though. I took a photo of the wood of the front. Ah, thank you, mate. You sat a Fractal X2 180mm in the front. Okay. Oh, so Fractal do their own cooling then, do they? They have their own all-in-ones, which I assume would be heavily optimized to work well with a fractal case. Hey Siri, remind me to look at fractal all-in-ones tonight at 6. Always catches me off guard when I have to think about what I'm actually trying to say.
Look at fractal all-in-one tonight at 6 to the list.
To the list. Okay, that didn't quite work. Recently upgraded from a 1080 to a 5070. Wow. I love when people have those big jumps. It's such a noticeable difference. It's crazy. Good morning, Les. How you doing? Welcome. 07. A single 6 PCI connector is much better than a SATA power screw. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's true, yeah. But for an all-in-one, though, is it necessary? She prefers beer with some flavour. Fair enough. Get her some hobgoblin. Driftless, how you doing? I had a ferret once. That should have just been that should have been your comment. There doesn't need to be any more. That any time I would make any drink with vodka in it, he would fight me crazy to get it. What was he like after he got it from you? Or did he never get it from you? Damn ferrets. My case, cooler, our fans are all going to be quiet. Yes, they better be quiet. Had enough of them chatting away like that. Right, I see. So running link would take... Yeah, but it's probably not going to be necessary. I mean, yeah, there's probably a better one to do. If Fractal do a good one, then I would probably want to go that way, to be fair. Whole Armor, how you doing? Crash Dog, welcome. Did I just set a reminder on everyone's phone? Hey, Siri, call Mum.
I don't see an app for that. You'll need to...
You're like, fuck no. No, not Mum. You're kind of mad at Star Citizen right now. You recently did a trade route exchange and never got my credits for it. Yeah, welcome to the Star Citizen did me over club. Flipping heck. Plenty of those situations, unfortunately. Should I buy the cheapest game package now or wait for Invictus? Wait for Invictus. I mean, there's a free flight right now, so if you haven't tried it yet, Arthur, give it a go. See how things go. But yeah, I would say there's probably going to be a discount for Invictus. A pub called Four Ferrets. Interesting. Larfot, how you doing, sir? Welcome. How are your two PCs going to network together? I have no idea. I haven't even looked into it yet. I just know after fighting the ill want to do a dual PC setup for streaming, it's becoming a necessity, I think. So we will look into that as time goes on. So yeah, it's unfortunate, really, but like I'd rather not at all. But I just think it's just going to take so much pressure and pain when things could eventually go, sideways during a stream, which, when I first got the PC, it handled it all fine. I'm sure this new PC would handle all of it fine for a long duration, and then as time goes on, it gets old, things will start seeping in, but I don't know. I wish I didn't have to, but I'll look into it and see what the best option is. This is now about stepping fully into that professional side of content creation and putting out the best content I can. Both streams, videos, no compromise where possible. Because as Star Citizen grows, it's going to look phenomenal. I like to try and put out the immersive videos with cinematic view, storytelling and so forth. And in order to do that, it's got to be a powerful monster. Plus, I want to future-proof it so that I can swap things out as and when needed without having to do a full rebuild again. Sly, a second time you call my 92-year-old dad at 1:30 in the morning. Just had to explain to him why I called her. Well, I hope, it was a nice conversation, Balf. I don't know, Mac. The free flight is probably kicking off tomorrow, is it? I don't know. Alexa's giving you the silent treatment. So here is an example of a problem I had. I had several things that are powered by SATA power. I had strange RGB problems with my H100i Platinum. All the problems went away when I added another SATA cable to the power. So it was because it wasn't getting enough power then. Interesting. Oh, so turns out GameGlass extended their big sale by 48 hours, which after finishing the stream, I checked Discord and Craig had told me that actually it wasn't ending that Monday. It was going on for 48 hours more, which means it's still on sale now. And if you're wondering how to get the actual 27% off, it's 17% off now as standard for the lifetime pass. And then it goes to, and then you add my code, my 10% code, to get 27%. So make sure that you go to, I think it's at checkout, just put the code in, and then you'll get the additional 10%. And also, I didn't really negotiate, I just said, could we do 15% off for GameGlass post-sale? So right now it's 10% off anything GameGlass. Excluding, when we're outside of this sale event going on. And they said they can't do it for like monthly or annual passes, but for the lifetime pass they can increase it from 10 to 15. So going forwards, even if you can't pick up the GameGlass lifetime pass during this sale event, I'll be able to get you 15% off in the future, not 10, which every little helps, right? So there is that. And also, TOBII now is if you're in the US with the tariffs changing on the 28th, TOBII have put the TOBII on sale at 15% off. I was hoping they'd do it a bit more, but I guess they're going to take a big hit, aren't they? 15% off the normal price, so it's like $2-3 something. But after the 28th, anyone in the US, it looks like the price for the TOBII is going to double. In the rest of the world, it remains the same. The sales will happen regardless, I'm sure. And it will still, they will probably knock off a bit on the TOBII during the sale. But yeah, this is kind of the last chance for you in the States to get your TOBII at a reasonable price. Or the normal price. We'll see how that goes, though. You're thinking about grabbing your old i7 2600K rig out and dropping an old 1080 in for sim racing. Which game are you going to be playing, though? Which sim game? You bought a second game package at the last Invictus. How do I play the second character? It's a separate sign-in. So, well, you'll probably need to create a new account, go into your main account, and then gift that game package to this new account. And then, eventually, yeah, we may be able to have a second, multiple accounts on one main account. So multiple characters on one main account. I think they've said as much. But we can't do that right now. I have like 5 accounts, 5 different Star Citizen accounts. Only one is main. The rest are like starter ships. Remembering the passwords for those is like, which email's which? Yeah, I've been looking at a few people with the X3D cache and just, oh my god, I cannot wait to see what Star Citizen is like on this new build. Yeah, True City. That's why I've been sort of opposed to doing a dual PC setup for streaming, because there's just so much more to think about, and already, if anything small goes wrong during a stream, I'm like blank face. I'm not technically minded, but I am learning, and all it takes is just learning, right? I'll figure it out, but I'm doing it one step at a time. Right now, it's figuring out exactly what the PC build is going to consist of, putting that together, then taking this old bit, well, transferring everything that I need and sorting that out. That's something I need to look at properly. And then, yeah, figuring out the whole dual thing. Oh, yeah, iRacing doesn't require too much power, does it? There is an unspoken rule that streamers don't use those voice commands for reasons. Oh, really? Oh, are you being serious, Sly? Oh, I do apologize, mate. I will hold off doing it again. Shield 07, welcome. Sorry, I thought you were actually kidding about it. Yeah. Laz, how you doing? Where is the common hardware bottleneck? It's usually CPU, yeah. RAM can cause a bit of a bottleneck, but generally CPU. But saying that, they will be, and they are already slowly offloading a lot more from the CPU to the GPU. So they, as they continue to optimize, it should be a bit more evenly, not evenly spread. It should be a bit more, less CPU, a bit less CPU intensive. But I think Star Citizen is always going to be a CPU intensive game. Full stop. Regardless, right? But yeah, there's still a lot of optimizations they can do. Carbon, you have 17 accounts. Wait, what do you mean by we have? I, as an individual, have 5 accounts. Are you in a group of people with multiple accounts? Slave Gunner, how you doing? You've just bought a 5080 right now. Yeah, absolutely. If you're in the US, get this gear while you can. Flipping it. Oh, between your wife and yourself. Nice. Are you off to bed, Nicole? Good night. Have a good night's sleep. Catch you next time. Thank you for hanging out. Cross-platform. Very basic, coming to Eva Catty PTU. What do you mean by cross-platform? Space Guy. There's a few Polaris owners. Oh. The super account. Nice. AAK, how you doing? Motherfig, welcome. 07. Red, how you doing? So you've got the 9950 X3D and the 5090 Vulcan overclocked 64 gigs of 600 megahertz RAM 3 days ago. Everything maxed out and clouds Orison 65 FPS. It's funny though, isn't it? As much as like you're getting a solid 65 at Orison, it's crazy how that's good. But I bet when you go outside of Orison, it's like 100, 200. Yeah, I am dying to get it all built. Yeah, 32 gigs is... The thing is, I think the intention is 32 gigs should be enough to play Star Citizen, but with all the memory leaks and all the issues with the overuse of RAM, right now it's not. If they can get that sorted, then 32 gig should be fine. But is it worth upgrading to 64 for the duration of time that we are waiting for them to fix that? Probably. But it should be fine, right? You give it more RAM, it'll take more RAM. Obviously, it's sort of the overhead's increased, but still. Oh, nice, Cold Rain. Is that what it means? So Spectrum will work in game. Yes. Fantastic. That also means, I mean, if you've noticed with the MobiGlass recently, certain words in the mission briefings are blue, intending it to be clickable to take you to a Galactopedia. So what we will see with this Spectrum is, firstly, improving the whole partying up in-game stuff, org stuff, but also the Galactopedia being in-game. I am so happy about that. Thank you, Space Guy, for letting me know. That's amazing news. Yo, you never thought you'd be touching 2,000 on a single game. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? But doesn't it still feel worth it, though? That's the weird thing. Maybe not for everybody, but for me, what I've spent, it's like I would totally spend that over again if I had it. Well, I mean, yeah, the Planet Tech version 5 stuff will certainly be having a lot of graphical updates to it to improve the overall optimization of planets, terrain, rendering, level of details, everything and anything. They are definitely improving that, absolutely. And hopefully we'll start to see that sort of stuff roll out this year. Well, I would say CPU is the first bottleneck, then maybe RAM. I don't know, maybe it's tying in there. Maybe it is CPU, RAM first. Oh, nice, Ruffy. That's a good use of it, mate. Serpanol, welcome. You have 128 and started as many use 80. Yeah, exactly. Essentially, the more you throw at it, the more it's going to use. To me, I enjoy the game enough and I want to see it succeed, so it is not a huge deal. Plus, I figured out that out of all the playtime I have, it's not so... Yeah, absolutely. It's totally worth it. Absolutely. I do not think it would make the same... You do not think you would make the same decisions if I had to start over, but our number is pretty not okay when you look back. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I wouldn't. I think if I knew it would take this long, I don't think I would have spent as much as I did. But then, would I have even gone into content creation for it? Well, you know, these variables that can have, you know, futuristic knock-on effects, if we were to time travel, let's say, it's... I would rather be where I am with what we have than having the knowledge of how long it's going to take, you know, or still thinking 10 years down the line we're still doing it. Like, to me, it's just... this. I mean, this was the video that I saw first, and it was like, damn, I want to play that. And since then, it's just been getting better and better. Slowly, and sometimes there's, you know, big hiccups along the way, but ultimately, I'm very happy with where it is going. And it's just the idea of it, the premise of Star Citizen has just increased massively in a positive way. Kizoo, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Welcome. Hey Siri, call the ex-wife. Yeah. Oh, sorry guys. Oh boy. Oh, sorry. I mean, I don't have an ex-wife, so I don't know who it would call. It would make sense that the bottleneck is just the CPU being overused, so much even the RAM gets trampled. It could be, I don't know enough about that, but yeah, certainly a possible. You reckon Nick's this year? Maybe. Maybe. To Gunther 07. Did I say hello already? I think I did. Taron, good morning. 07. It's kind of fun not having anything. Yes, that is why I have many starter accounts. Don't get me wrong, I am definitely blessed and grateful to have the account that I have and access to all those ships and an org with pretty much multiple of every ship there is, and being able to, you know, crew upon and be in command of multiple Polaris or whatever. It is such a cool experience that I wouldn't be able to get if I was just, you know, starting out for the first time solo player. It would take a while to get to that if, you know, I just make friends with people. But that was a bit of a long sentence, wasn't it? But there is something so special about starting out in Star Citizen with zero and making your way. I mean, the game is not optimized in terms of, you know, what's available, but the intention of the game is optimized for that very experience because of persistence and how what people do in the verse remains behind, so you can take advantage of it. It's ideal for that kind of thing. Ordin, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You have played for 3 years and never felt the need to buy a ship. It's not difficult to earn money. No, absolutely not, yeah. And big chunks of it, too. Entertainment per dollar. Yes. Well over the amount spent. Absolutely agree with that. Your wife never asks where you spend the money. Nice. How did you ever come up with your names? That was... So when the channel... I mean, if you go back, the old videos are there. If you go to the very first video, it was my brother and I think, doing a Minecraft video. Which must have been, what, 14, 13 years ago? MacArthur is our surname. We are 80s gamers, 90s gamers. So Super Mario Brother being, you know, the height of popularity. So we were like, just a play on words, SuperMacBrothers. And that's how it all came about. PC building in my mind is bigger number is bigger better. You are, Michael. Yes, Maggle. What do you mean? You have started to free fly around Pyro. To these stations, these RAB stations, these asteroid bases. There are a lot of ships floating. Yeah, it's dangerous, though, if anyone comes around. But the beauty of getting all of these points of interest, this is why I always love it when we get more and more points of interest. It spreads people out so that, you know, you get a PAF, they're busy because everyone's going there. When we got Ghost Hollow, it was busy initially. Anytime you'd go there, you'd get a shot and attacked. But the more we get, as time goes on, they become quiet. They just become cool places to loot, for missions, for all sorts of stuff. Not to say you won't run into people. You still will, but yeah. My brother's still around. He stopped doing content, and so I started doing my own, because we would initially do content together, like Pro Evolution, FIFA, Battlefield, Minecraft, and then he stopped with, you know, changing work, a relationship change and all this sort of stuff, and just sort of stopped making content. So at that time I was like, right, well, I'm looking at Star Citizen. We were doing console only, and I was definitely getting into PCs at the time. So I just thought I'll just start doing my own thing, do it on Star Citizen, and then the channel just took off. So I just took over the channel completely and just ran with it. Your girlfriend spends money on games as well, so we both don't have any ground to stand. Fair enough. At the end of the day, my money's my own, Rachel's money's her own, but yeah. We buy our own stuff. Only ship I have bought, other than my starter ship, was a Cutlass, and that was because I found myself using it much more and enjoyed. Yeah, absolutely. The Cutlass is definitely a beast. Sun Devil, how you doing? The game is so much fun without your fleet in this. I'm in the same boat. I love my main account and I enjoy it all, but those alt account days are so rewarding. Yeah, and it's nice to have the option to, you know, like me and Deacon and APOC were discussing how it was just nice that doing these big fleet things where we have 2 Polaris and everyone running together is just mind-blowingly cool and mind-blowingly fun. But there is something so refreshing about stripping it all back, still playing with everybody, like doing that trading post, but just chilling out with the very basics. It's nice to be able to have the option of both, depending on just how I'm feeling. You got your brother into the game. He had a Hornet Mark 1. He was the one back then who pitched the game to me, really. Now, where he is back, he upgraded to the Mark 2. That's the only... So is he playing more consistently now, then? Simmy, how you doing? You have the gold armor and would do it all again. Absolutely, Simmy. Absolutely, mate. Best investment of my life. I mean, it's become my job, so, you know, if I hadn't discovered Star Citizen, I would probably still be selling antiques and working in a shoe shop. Or working with my brother in a TV shop. What are my thoughts on the Anvil Asgard? Is your opinion it might be of... I don't know. I really don't know anything about it. I haven't heard anything about it beyond just its name. So I don't know. I haven't got any opinion, I'm afraid, Slave. Sorry, mate. Yeah, Murder Hobos are at the new shiny, which is Hathor. That'll quieten down again eventually. You only own the Hornet Mark II, Polaris, and the Ares Inferno. Everything else is paid for in-game, but I do see a few more probably to pick up in the future. Yeah, at the end of the day, if something takes your fancy, you grab it. Like, I haven't paid for a standalone ship for a long while. I've just been playing the CCU game as and when things come along. Bear in mind, I've had a lot of referable ships, so I've just been upgrading those. But yeah, if something takes my fancy... I mean, being a content creator, they do provide you with access to all the new ships for a duration of time after the patch goes live. So I get to try them, which is it's a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, it's a blessing because I get to try all the ships. But the bad thing is, there's never going to be a point where I try a ship for the first time in the future. It's always going to be, I've tried it already. Yeah, I do, Pilk. Welcome, I am a big fan of my Hornet Mark 1. Stick to that one. Alvy, welcome. What do you think about Pyro since it got open? I love it. It's exactly what it needs to be. A dangerous location that is beautiful and enticing. a dead zone for comms where anything can happen and it's dangerous, but it's fun and interesting. And I still haven't explored all the moons. There's so much I haven't yet seen. Azrin, yeah, you can, at the moment, you can pretty much, if it kind of went your way and you're skilled enough in either, in FPS, you can do contested zones alone, you can do Hathor alone. Hathor probably takes a bit more effort, I would say, but it's doable. But I think as AI get better and better, it'll get harder and harder. And obviously, if you look at the draw, run into a bunch of players, it's gonna make it 10 times difficult. Grinding for it all in game, best way to do it. You melted your Vanguard Sentinel for the Paladin. I think that's a ship I will love above and beyond. Yeah, the Paladin's cool. Be interesting to see how that works. The maintenance is for 3 hours starting from, I think, 2 p.m. BST, so 1 p.m. UTC. Shouldn't exceed 3 hours. Sure thing, Ruffy. Have a good day, my friend. Skizzers, what's that? Tell that to your GPU. Yarul, welcome. 07, Skizzers, welcome. Only wish the solar flare. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that coming back. I'm guessing once we get radiation, player status radiation in, maybe engineering to some degree as well, then we will see it come back, because technically it should impact your ships, whether they're just sort of holding, whether they just need radiation affecting players, or whether they need the ship systems to be affected. They can kind of do it already. They did it when we had the Pyro Playground with the flare. I don't know, but it would be nice to get that in. It was such a cool aspect to Pyro that you had to think about. Oh yeah, they want, 1,000 per server, or per shard, or whatever it is definitely a goal. I don't think there is a cap on where they want to take it to, They will go as high as they can where it maintains stability and can increase the numbers. If that is above and beyond 1,000, then absolutely. There's no reason why they couldn't potentially get further. But, they're already at... Oh, wait, they're at 700 now, aren't they? Are they at 7? No, it's still 600, isn't it? So, that's quite impressive. And only 400 off the 1,000. And we haven't got dynamic meshing yet. And there's still many more optimizations they can do. So... Is it 640? I thought it was 500 soft, 600 hard. So about R4, thank you, Bill. I don't know, Josh. It's not that they want everyone on one shard. I think it's more that they want everyone... Oh, it's so complicated. We're still going to be spread out on shards. Yes, essentially, if they can get it where everyone is on one server, spread around X amount of shards per region, and separated via regions, then that would be ideal. But yeah, there's no limits. They're just, they don't know what the limits are yet. They're going to keep testing it and keep pushing until they find the limit, and then optimize and push the limits again and optimize and, Warblade, welcome. 640, okay. How strange. Simon, Dark Juice, welcome. Thank you for the follows, guys. Yeah, 1,000 is definitely their target. That would be cool, but, their target was 50 when we had 20. And then it was 100. They just kept going. Yeah, all players are... I don't see why, welcome Star Mage, long term, in terms of just overall improvements in the gaming industry, getting it where we are regionless. If it is ever going to be possible, it would be using something like Starlink or something along those lines where everyone is connected around the world, and it just, the ping is so little. Like, there's no reason why that technology wouldn't get developed down the line, right? And that would be phenomenal, but we're not there yet. I don't know, Cybin, about the Atlas Geo upgrades. Not sure. Hopefully, relatively soonish. When the GDC convention happened, I bought a ship package a couple of months later. It was a Super Ghost. I then continued to buy the game packages because it was a lack of knowledge at the time. What's that, Smugs? You mean the original pledge? What's your UEE number? Well, there is that, Robert, yeah, with the speed of light and so forth. But can't beat the speed of light yet, I suppose. Quebec, welcome. Fatty is welcome. 07. Sure thing, Michael. That is a Superman chin on the character. Yes, it is. It really is, yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice when things just continue to evolve in this area, getting it better and better for everyone to connect and play together. Because that's the thing, like, you know, the org, my org is full of people from all over the world. So, the only real barrier would be language eventually, but even then, thankfully, English seems to be the forerunner of languages, so most people learning that is making it easier. Tell Ardis, how you doing? How far off do you think we are from the living economy in the verse? It's hard to say because we haven't had an update on the quantum simulation or whatever it's going to be called in a long while. They now have a dedicated economy team who have been doing a lot of balancing to bring things in line, which is going to take a while. So there's still more to do there where everything has to have a price and a value and a recipe. I would say we still need crafting before they can truly develop a proper economy, because that will tell us the recipes for everything, which then dictates the price and supply and demand of anything that is being crafted or needed to be crafted. The insurance policies, the updates, the warranties, all that stuff will probably need to come in first. And then hopefully they will have the whole, I suppose, game economy, because there's going to be two economies. There's going to be the game economy and the player economy. Yes, they will to some degree intertwine, but they will be their own things as well. The game economy is really the more important one in terms of how the functioning of the game runs back end, so how everything is required and how much everything costs versus what players are selling or buying or crafting. That is, I don't know, absolutely have no idea how long it's going to take until that comes in. But yeah, it would be nice to get an update on the quantum simulation and see what they're doing there and how far they are. But I feel like there's just a lot of prerequisites first with what I've just outlined before they can even really get that finalized. Yeah, true, Lars. I mean, I jump on Asia servers from time to time, very rarely, but it happens. I would think I think we'd be in beta before they tried to do the... Well, I don't think we're going to see a beta, per se. I think it's going to go alpha up until 1.0. That's not to say that it won't set the form of a beta. You know, I guess the real answer is before 1.0 goes live. Well before 1.0 goes live. So if that's within, in my opinion, just off the top of my head, expected to be about 5 years at most, hopefully, then within that time frame is my guess. But yeah, I don't know how long it will take, you know. Economy for me. I need my own economy. Yeah, there's been some Star Citizen cases. I think JRTF built some cases. I think people have custom built their own, like 3D printed and so forth, which is cool. Sharpology, good afternoon. How you doing? That is what's holding you back. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's, I think everyone on an individual level has various things that are, encouraging them to play but discouraging them to play, and that is different for everyone. The economy for some, stability for others, more content for someone else. And that's perfectly fine. Everyone has, their own things that are required before they jump in full time as such. The biggest thing I think that should be just the main thing that affects most people is just the wipes. There will be a wipe before 1.0 goes live. So anything we do now before 1.0 drops is technically a waste of time, because none of it will persist over to 1.0. Everyone will be starting from the ground up based on their accounts. So that, I think, would be the biggest turn-off for most people. Wipes tend to be the biggest turn-off, but that's where you change your perception of why you're playing, right? I'm not playing to make progress now so that when the game's finished I'm, living the best life. I play because I enjoy what I enjoy. And that changes from patch to patch, depending on what's working, what's not working, what's new, what's been removed, and so forth. But yeah, playing the economy game with crafting and selling and buying is just a huge, exciting thing that, crafting was never supposed to be a thing anyway, which is cool. For the gifts on the screen to be more accurate with... Oh, yeah, absolutely. They did say that they want, like if you go, for example, to the CDB, where in Lawville, and you look down over the balcony, you see kind of like a Wall Street scene. That side of the economy, like the stocks and so forth, are something they want to display, and the value of things live is something they certainly want. Peanuts, first time chatter, have you changed your accounts? Oh, Old Canadian Gamer, thank you so much for the 6-month resub, my friend. Why didn't it make a sound? Oh, 7, sir, are you well? It's set to be no longer than 3 hours from 1 o'clock UTC. Oh yeah, today's Inside Star Citizen is about hair. Definitely not for everyone. I'm obviously interested in seeing what the new hair types are going to be and so forth, but understandably not everyone's going to be hyped for that episode. Exo Wolf, how you doing? I love whips. I love the grind. I actually thought that's exactly what you were saying. But yeah, that's... I appreciate the wipes from time to time, but at the same time, I appreciate there not being wipes. It does encourage me to play for progression, but, knowing full well there will be a wipe eventually. Rat of Stock, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, the funny thing, Peanut, is that you're both using the exact same colour for your name. Different names, clearly, but same colour. Very confusing. A great crafting candidate would be the Origin pharmaceutical making ship, taking plant animal samples to make medicine. Well, yeah, that's a bit higher, like, quite a complex starting point for crafting. Essentially, we already have crafting anyway with the Vulture, but I think there will be... I think the best starting point would probably just be a fabrication device, or even the CFM, the CB, the Argo ground vehicle, something small that allows you to input resources to then use a blueprint and output a product. Keep it simple, small, very basic, and then, yeah, complexity added on top of that. Thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way, lads. Much appreciated. Yeah, more character customization is not so much anymore, because we are at the point where I've always wanted to get to, where you can literally recognize people by walking past them. The regulars that I play with, I can almost, in most cases, like APOC and Deacon, I can recognize them face value. I remember I was walking around in Pyro during one PTU session or one, live session. I can't remember what it was. And I walked into a shop in one of the space stations, or the main space stations. And I was like, that looks like Balth. And it was. I didn't know he was in-game. Well, I think I may have even noticed him on game. I don't know if he was in-game, but we weren't teamed up or anything. I was just walking through. He was at a kiosk or just sorting his inventory. And I was like, oh, Balth's there. Like, I can literally tell who this person is. based on their visuals. Now, there's definitely a lot of improvements for the quality and the customization, like the variety, and that's what they're going to be working on continuously anyway. So, yeah, more hair is exciting to me. 92,000. Hang on. We are so close. We are very close. My account, is it? Now, let's go to my dossier. That's the one. We are stupid close. Oh, I'm 90,731. December 3rd, 2012. What's your date, Smugs? That's crazy how literally within the space of 2,000 people... Because back then, like, I backed in December 3rd, 2012, and I was 90,000th. So before that, you know, there wasn't much time before that, but we must have been literally hitting buy at the same time, or create an account at the same time anyway. Red, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. Tier 2 resub, I must say. Beers and Paddy, thank you so much, my friend. Real Rogue, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Red? All good, I hope. I think it would be really cool if the TDD allowed investment into in-game companies. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be a thing, but I think that would be kind of cool. It definitely adds a huge level of complexity and so forth. But it would be interesting. I don't think they've said they're going to do that. And I think it has been asked before, but I can't remember. Holy Helga, how you doing? If wipes happen too often, you have less incentive. Yes, exactly. It is a balance, isn't it? Which is hard to do in an alpha because the game is continuing to develop and the wipes are as and when necessary more than anything. But hopefully, with there being less wipes now, there's a sweet spot to be made. But it's not going to be to everybody's sweet spot, of course. No, true, Jackal. Playing isn't a waste of time. I just mean, like, progression-wise, you're not really acquiring anything for long term. Although saying that, a lot of stuff that we get now are account-bound stuff to be earned. So, I guess there's even more argument there to say playing in an alpha is definitely worthwhile. Oh, fair enough, lads. People keep the same look between what? Yeah. You can save your character. There's you can save your character. You can save multiple character faces, and then, you know, like if I have a different character face for my main account, for my my Zero to Hero accounts. The only thing that I can't wipe are the memories we make along the way. That's true. Yeah, they can't wipe that from us. And the friends. I just so excited for the changes to the raft. I love that ship. Yes, it's definitely a big win. We were sort of discussing it, weren't we, when they brought in the change to allow us to sort of put stuff in the rafters. Even though the crane was getting in the way, and we were saying, I don't know, you know, will they go full crane style or will they go to a cargo grid? Looks like they've made the decision. Kaiser, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Volta, how you doing? Oh, is that Excalibur? Yeah, game maintenance right now, mate. Typical during my stream, but it is what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of updates we need for the map. There's it's better than it used to be, but there's still a lot more we want. Are you expecting crafting base building this? So I'm not expecting base building. I'm definitely expecting crafting to evolve this year and just develop further with more that we can do. Hopefully. Base building, I don't think we're going to see any player-facing version of that, but we should see a lot of progress on it. And maybe to the point where we can test it on a tech preview or something, but yeah, I'm not expecting that yet. Yes, VoIP. Improvements. I mean, VoIP, take it or leave it. I do love it, but VoIP is more important to me. I'd love to see more improvements there. I love that scene where his face kept changing. No, that's funny. Gustavo, welcome. Do you think it's good to buy the game today with a starter pack? I would probably say wait until Invictus launch week. Are there any discounted prices? Well, saying that, today or tomorrow, I think there is a free fly starting. It's not started yet, has it? when they do free flies, they usually put on discounted starter packages. So that might be tomorrow, being Thursday. Check back on Thursday on the website, or wait and see what they say. Unless you want to go down the mining route, as Ghost Raptor's alluding to, with the discounted Drake Golem. But I think if you're starting out for the first time, don't go profession starter. Start with an all-round starter ship that gives you access to a lot of cool stuff, like a bed, storage, internal space, cargo grid, that kind of stuff first. But yeah, check back tomorrow when the free fly starts, and there's probably going to be a discount going on. Yeah, I think the Paladin's on its way, Rogue. It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Looks like your beloved raft got a complete cargo grid rework. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what we're talking about, Deke. It's completely changed. Well, not completely, but definitely been improved. Do you know that those saved character presets are saved on your device? Yeah, that's true, yeah, back them up. May the 2nd, 2013. Oh, I see. So December, so it's a good 6 months. So, okay, so within sort of 6 months, 7 months, there was 2,000 more backers. With the amount they are earning, sounds like it should have been a lot more than that, doesn't it? Mighty Steed, how you doing? Yeah, he'll get there with the mind wiping. Any idea when they'll get a handle on the item duping? No idea. I don't know what's causing it, what the problem is, or how long it's going to take to get it sorted. But yeah, hopefully these exploits can get sorted as quick as possible. Winter 07, how you doing today? Sad for the 400 Primal, what's happened? Silver, how you doing? The Carrack is a beautiful ship. It really is. There's a lot more needed for it to be properly, functional in its role, but it's a great ship. Yeah, thank you, Stig. If I'd have thought, I would have jumped on the PTU, but I haven't even copied my account or downloaded it yet. I just haven't had time. It's only just occurred to me that actually the PTU is still up and they're not doing server maintenance on 4.1.1. You've been a bit sly. Are you busy, Deacon? The Intrepid is shiny, but it doesn't fit in the bed. Eh? But you don't fit in the bed? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't fit in the bed? I don't know what that means. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Retaliator or Gladius will probably be your next purchase. They're quite considerably different ships. What's the thinking there? Yeah, so what's the Asgard supposed to be then? I don't know much about it. Yes. Yeah, keep an eye on... I think Deacon will let me know when the maintenance is finished so that we can jump in and do... what we'll do is like what we did on Monday, where we'll set up a trading post so those who want to trade some items can do so. And we'll just all jump in together. Yes, though this isn't the trailer. This is live gameplay as it was at CitizenCon last year. Kind of the introductory mission for Squadron 42. So yeah, it's not a trailer, it's full gameplay, but there is, a lot left to do before they're done with this. Because it requires a lot more optimizing and polishing, which, they're using the rest of this year and next to get done. Anyway, I need a wee. I'm going to go grab a beer before the maintenance is over. Hopefully, we actually get to jump in a bit today. 2 minutes. Ah, a bit of beer. There we go. Yo, Jim, how you doing? You wonder how real the gameplay will be. Can we run up to the bridge? I wouldn't think so. I think, like, you're in the military, so there is definitely going to be some rails there where if you start, you know, going AWOL or causing problems, I suspect you'll be thrown into the brig. I think that's something that will happen. And then you'll just fail, and it'll be like, game over, you know, restart from your latest checkpoint because you've shot the chief or whatever. But I'm sure they will utilize the brig for that kind of thing. Sorry. The chair is providing the support right now. So Gladius, because it looks cool, because it looks awesome, and seen a few people use it. It's also the forerunner of the Squadron campaign, from what I understand. Retaliated because I think it would be a good start to multi-cruise ship. Well, yeah, I suppose so. It's got, you know, you can swap out the modules. You'll eventually have living quarter modules as well. So you could have a cargo module and a living quarter module, front or back. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, then go industrial focused. Good idea. Hopefully, Peanut. I don't know when the Atlas Geo will be made available in shops, but I would think it'll be 4.1.1. You had a nasty cold sweat fever last night, gone today. Yeah, I guess when we were playing in game, it transferred over. Hypervigilant Yardbird. You are, Space Guy. How long until they offer the Tier 2 insurance on pledge? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they'll do, like... I don't think it's... Well, I don't know how they'd handle it with real-world cash. I think it's more just going to be an in-game system, but who knows? They may do. Yeah, it was a regen error. Yeah, like they say, LTI is not going to be as important as people think it will be. And as we start to see more of this, these tiers of insurance and warranties and stuff come in, most of it's just going to be handled in game, you know, with ease. Brew York now do a 0.5 alcohol version of their Rhubarber Streisand beer. Rhubarber Streisand. We have this little toy capybara that is part of like a stacking animal set, and Summer is like, where's Capybara? Like, what? Where's Barbara? Who the hell's Barbara? Turns out she was trying to say Barrett. Are you able to make the GOA salvageable? No, Waffles. It is a dedicated mining mech thing. That's not to say that there won't be a salvaging version of a mech eventually, that I'm sure there will be. Whether it's Argo or whether it's someone else is yet to be seen. David McClure, how you doing? I don't think there will be a subscription thing to play the game after 1.0. I think they're not going down that route. Are we getting shops in 4.1.1? What do you mean, Jim? We already have shops. So you can rent a vendor? No. Do you mean like... What do you mean? Are they redoing the flight? Yes. They're doing a lot of balancing and tweaking. There's a lot of changes to master modes that will come eventually. Like being able to fire your weapons in nav mode and so forth. It's a continuous ongoing process. Is the flight model, the master mode stuff, all that kind of stuff. It's going to continuously be updated until they get to the point where they feel it's right. The Anvil Hermes, a fashion ship. Are they doing living quarters on the Retaliator? Yes. Yeah. If you check the concept images for them, there will be modules that have a sofa, that have you know, living essential quarters and things. Right now, we just have the torpedo module or the cargo module, but there is a living quarters one to come at some point. Yo, Roland, how you doing? I can imagine you can use the Geo with a bigger salvage gun at some point. Well, it's not as such whether they're just going to use the same thing. I think, they don't want to use one manufacturer to produce all the ships for one particular role, right? They don't want Argo to be tractor, mining, salvage, medical, everything. There needs to be a variation, and, you know, like, for example, Virgil. We know Virgil will make the Titan armor. That's not to say we won't see another mining mech from another company or another combat mech from another company, but other than Virgil. But what I'm saying is there is a potential we will see Argo do a salvaging version, but there's also a potential that a different company would handle the salvaging version of a mech or whatever. There's scope for all of it, and they want to keep it believable where it's not just one manufacturer doing everything, right? Profacor, welcome. I believe there will be an auction house. Yes, there will be ways to sell, trade, auction, like a marketplace. You will obviously be able to build a shop and have people come in and buy and sell from you and so forth. Of all types, you know, a ship shop, a second-hand ship shop, a weapon dealer. You could do anything one day. During 1.0 presentation, Richard Tyra said if you paid cash, it's LTI. If earned in-game, the ship will persist as long as the maintenance is maintained, but he also alluded to change of ownership. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see how that unfolds, but that, yeah. Don't remember it on the ship matrix, so I don't know. No, it's based on variants. They're not. I mean, it's not on the ship matrix. I guess it's not, because you bought them as battlefield upgrade kits or whatever they were called. Where you get these different modules, and the Retaliator was the first ship to get actual modularity. So now it's possible for them to bring out the living quarters, but whether they do or not is based on resource priorities and so forth. RSI is the Bengal, I believe. Got you, welcome. You went to prison last night, and they gave me a 1 day 2 hour. I got down to 9 hours, and then it reset you back to a day. Oh boy, yeah, that's nasty. You can go and do the, I assume it's in and working. I don't know, though. But in prison, you can go and do the O2 maintenance job, and that should reduce your sentence heavily. But clearly, there's a bug going on if it's resetting your thing there. LGO, how you doing? Yeah, you're thinking of something else. Kilrathi are the, is it Freelancer? Or Wing Commander, aren't they? They're the Wing Commander. The main protagonists in Star Citizen are the Vanduul. Same developer, or same person, but different game. It's very cool. We now have competition between manufacturers. Yes, I'd like to see a visual game mechanic difference. Yeah, I would too, actually. That's a good call. Waffles, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, my friend. To the stars, good sir. Beers and party, thank you so much. Boop. That's very kind of you. Hope that the beginning 2026 sees them hammering the social... Yeah, me too. Well, I hope before that. Now that they're bringing Spectrum to work in-game for 4.1.1, there's, you know, a lot more... Like, again, the whole social aspect of Star Citizen isn't going to be a here it all comes at once. It is going to be individual systems rolling out. Some of them obviously will take longer than others, but yeah, I think throughout this year we'll see some of those features come in, and then into next year as well. Did you say chip shop? Or am I just hungry? I think you're just hungry, Pilk. But now I'm hungry. Thanks for that, mate. I think we will, Jim. We will be able to play to sell pledge ships, but I think it's more going to be a case of, you know, you're going through the process of handing over legal and physical ownership, to this person. They may not. They may say anything bought with real money is non-transferable. That definitely could happen, but I think they may allow it. It depends on, the legalities of things. Headshot, how you doing? I think they fixed the issue of the cargo getting stuck to the ships. I think that was hot fixed maybe a little while ago. Can anyone confirm or deny? Any suggestion for milk run type hauling? I want to get my father into Star Citizen, but he doesn't like PvP. Yeah, start out with the hauling profession. Start small, because it's like entry. Your reputation will be low, so you have to start small, and just do missions that take you from one place to the next, like space stations to planet side, to main landing zones. Generally, the majority of those are going to be relatively safe. Even going to distribution centers, you should be fine. Avoid ones that take you to pyro or to dangerous places, and that will allow you all to cut your teeth in the whole hauling profession. Not to say that there wouldn't ever be someone sitting and waiting to take you on, but it's the best place to start. Kosek, welcome. Do I think Squadron will release a demo? Maybe. I'm not expecting one, but that's not to say that they won't. I personally don't think so, though. But yeah, we'll see. You never know. Was it for 4.1.1 they fixed cargo grids? That's good then. So, message of the day, thank you, Deacon. We are currently not intending on a new PTU published today while we work on 4.1 live maintenance and further updates for the next possible publish on Thursday. So, thank you, Deacon. So, nothing coming new today. It's just gone to the Wave 1. They're still doing the server maintenance, still working on that stuff. Tomorrow, there looks like there could potentially be a new PTU patch. Hopefully pushing it out to further waves, if all goes well. Again, they storm through the waves now and try and get it out to live as quick as possible. I think mostly because it reveals the problems. If they keep it in the PTU Evocati for too long, it's just, they're not really seeing bigger issues. It depends on the blockers, of course, but yeah, there are no blockers at this time, so fingers crossed. Skylord, how you doing? Welcome. UKLJ, welcome. Hopefully in about half an hour. Will there ever be alien ships in the game? There already are. We have Banu ships. We have Jian ships. We have Vanduul ships. Just haven't gotten auto-load bug. Still, yeah, the auto-load is still a bit problematic, isn't it? Thank you, Kemi. Likewise, my friend. Pleasure to have you in the community, keeping that excitement and whatnot going. Nvidia, Hypnotic Toad, how you doing? Oh, and Tavaran, yes. I knew there was one I was forgetting. I was thinking it's not Katak, because we don't know about them too much. Thank you. Yeah, we also have Tavaran ships. They're another alien species. Yes, Stonker. I mean, over the years, Star Citizen content creators have come and gone, and that'll just continue to happen. Real life gets in the way, people burn out and so forth. It's just the way it goes. Do you know the reason why they are maintaining servers? Mostly to push out the hotfixes. So there's hotfixes for the lack of fauna spawning and minables not being scannable. So they're doing server maintenance for server maintenance. Whatever that will involve, but as well to pull down the servers to then push out the hotfix. Because they used to, whenever a server would die, which was quite quick before static server meshing was in, it would just replace it with a new hotfixed server. So it would be done pretty quickly. Now that the servers are lasting much longer, because they're staying healthier for longer, because we have more of them spreading all the pressure around, they kind of have to artificially bring them down to push the hotfix out. Otherwise it could take, I don't know, weeks for it to just roll out. 2 stoned. Welcome. L7. A Tavaran Hauler. That would be cool. Live is the best test server. PTU just doesn't count. Yes, absolutely. you know, it doesn't matter if you've got it on the PTU open to everybody. The minute it goes to live, that is a significant increase in concurrency, and that's where the big problems come out. Have I had a chance to look at the IQ Link fans yet? No, I haven't bought anything yet. You know, I've just kicked off the crowdfunding thing, but I'm going to look into alternatives. I think, was it Noctura you suggested, Deacon? I'm going to look into the potential of using bigger fans and different all-in-ones and see what the other options are. I may reduce the goal from 3,000 to like 2,500, because the idea being 2,500 should get me the build that I outlined previously. And then anything over that, like that should get me the build. Anything over that would be like additional extra to put into the build, but yeah, I might reduce it to 2,500. Vincino, welcome. I just have to say, it came from 317 to 318, and the game has never run better. Yeah, if you joined in 318 and you're still here today to say hello, kudos to you, because that was a rough time. Quatatron 07. Yeah, good for you for sticking around, my friend. That was a very difficult time. Oh, thank you, Lee. Thank you, mate. I'll check that out. Currently, there are 3 servers that are fully down. Replacements are being sorted, but 2 are filthy US. Mordecai, welcome. Anyone know if comp boards are supposed to be wiped this patch? I don't know. Do they have any purpose at the moment, though? I feel like they oh, no, they're not. I don't think anything's getting wiped. A hotfix, does a hotfix wipe resources? You know, whatever they call it. The things that get wiped, like ammo and so forth. Time do you call that, Sandman? Thank you for pinning it. Yeah, 318 was rough. 317.2 was great, and then 318 hit, and it was like, oh my lord. The ones you used to... Oh, sorry, the data keys. Not the data... I don't know what they call them. What do they call the... Are they just passkeys or data... I can't remember what they call them. Do we know if those cards, like access cards to unlock the executive hangars, do they get wiped when a patch changes? What manufacturer is Tavaran? I don't think they have a manufacturer name, do they? What's it called? What's the Tavaran? They've got those 2 bird-like... Well, they've got the... Oh, they do. Who is it? The one that copies Alien... Esperia, that's the one, thank you. So, Esperia do Tavaran... But Esperia do all alien ships and convert them to England... Like, human... England. Convert them to human usable ships. Prowler... Yeah, the Tavaran Prowler is... Oh, the Esperia Prowler. Hang on, I can't think of what it's called now. Yeah, they make replicas. That's the one. Oh, they don't. So they don't. Thank you, Winter. They don't convert over. They get wiped. Consumables. Thank you, Firebrand. That's the word. Yeah, I don't think anything is being wiped, as NX says. It's just a hotfix. Yeah, I don't think you're alone on the 318 quitting. A lot of people did. They took breaks from it. The new items for Wikello collections are interesting. Glad it's not just mining in Hathor now. Oh, interesting. Okay, Mark. Thank you. Yes, they're the ones, Jim. Yeah, they get wiped. What's the other ships? There's the Scythe. No, not the Scythe. The Strike and... Is it the Strike and the... Oh, I can't... Is it the Shrike? The Talon. That's it. The Strike and the Talon. They're Esperia as well, are they? They don't have a Tavaran manufacturer, do they? Thing is, we wiped out the Tavaran, essentially, and took over their homeworld. So any manufacturing and things they had would have just been, I suppose, destroyed, and they became assimilated to the UEE. It's not like, you know, they have their own empire where they're thriving like the Xi'an or the Banu. Yeah, Talon. Oh, Talon and Talon Tri. Yeah, okay. Converting a Toyota to an England car. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, even if you found an original Vanduul ship, you won't be able to fly it because the Vanduul are exceedingly taller than humans, so you wouldn't be able to reach the controls technically. So yeah, that's why Asperia come in and they get the rights to convert ships into human occupancy. Yo, Mod, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, they're the bird people, the Tabaran. We fought them in 2 wars, and in the last war, like, we didn't wipe them out. They still exist, but in the last war, the Second Tavaran War, they essentially just did a kamikaze run on their homeworld that we had pretty much taken over, and after that, they admitted defeat. Well, the leader, Carathal, is it? He died because he suicided, but the rest just accepted that, you know, they're a part of the UEE now. But that's not to say... Oh, PJ, thank you so much for the donation. That is very kind of you, my friend. I assume it'll update on the thing? I hope. Doesn't seem to have. I'll have to look into that. You know, in Branna, there is kind of an enclave of Tavaran where they're kind of pulling back their heritage and their... Some Tavaran hate the UEE, hate the humans. Others are well assimilated. You know, we've got Tavaran in the Senate, so they're obviously welcome in this world. But like you see in the real world, some Tavaran, not Tavaran, you know what I mean, hate the humans, and it sounds like some of them are probably fighting back in some regard, or they're trying to build up a what do they call it? Like not an enclave, but a group of them in Branna, I think. Oh, Peth, how you doing? What's my real name? Oh, do you mean Deacon? Yeah. I didn't even realize that Deacon's name was from Blade until he told me. I had no idea. Yes, we have adopted air shield tech. That's true. From the Tavaran. That's sort of by force, I suppose. We have taken, or not taken, but we've, through the Huxa, the Human Jan Trade Initiative. Oh, it's not from Blade. That's your real name? Are you joking? You're taking the piss, aren't you? I thought you told me it was from Blade. I'm so confused now. But yeah, through the Huxa, we have anti-grav technology thanks to the Tavaran. So what were you on about then? I'm sure you mentioned something about Blade a while ago. Was it your parents that named you after Blade? That doesn't make sense because you were born well before Blade. Oh, I don't know what's going on, Deke. Your name's Tony from now on anyway. They're going to be building for it. Yeah, I feel like that's the case, Kiro. I think that's kind of what they're alluding to, is that this group of Tavaran in Branna are actually going to form a rebellion, and yeah, it'll be, you know, some of them will fight, some of them will be like, no, I still want to be part of the UEE, and so on. I get that impression. I'm sure you've said it. Was it just because Opeth has said it in the past? I can't remember now. In like 10 years, we will stumble into a mirror universe and get invaded by the Kilrathi. That would be kind of funny. Not that it means anything to me, because I never played, you know, those games before. But, yeah, that would be kind of funny for those who know about it. Stonker! It was you, mate. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm assuming it's automatic for the donation goal. I would assume so. I don't know, though. It doesn't seem to be updating, unless it just takes time. I apologize if that's not the case. I may have to readdress it. Who knows? Yes, MISC, Musashi Industrial Starlight Concern. They have kind of like a trade agreement themselves, where they use a lot of the Xi'an tech. I think they're known for their thrusters and anti-grav tech, aren't they? Or is it? Yeah. Thank you, Stonker. I appreciate that, mate. Until I decide on what the actual thing is. It has added it, has it? Okay, good, because I can only see a very small version of the amount thing. Oh, okay, thank you, Teague. Yes, yeah, anti-grav from Xi'an, shield from Tavaran. That's what we're saying, Glo. We're saying the same thing there. Oh, the Blade comic came out in 1973, I see. Sounds like KFC is going to be very wealthy then. Oh, because of the Tavaran War. The Odyssey has the floating platform. Reliant has the first entry. Yeah, there's a lot of cool tech that we take from them, and that just allows them, from a design standpoint, to expand on the whole Star Citizen, you know, interesting variation in design and whatnot. Servers are coming back in a few moments, are they? Excellent. Yeah, as I say, we'll just jump in and do... I should have done the flipping PTU early on without really knowing what was going on. But we'll jump back in, and I'll be on my Zero to Hero. APOC, Deacon... I don't know about APOC. He might not be around at the time. But we'll do our Zero to Hero thing again, and we'll probably just set up that off-grid trade post, if you would like to, and party up once we get in, for those who want to come and trade. No, Argo, they don't have a salvaging ship yet. I really hope they do a medium salvager. When we heard that there was going to be a salvager coming, and we all speculated it would be a medium salvager from MISC, I was like, no, I want it to be Argo. Not to say that when we do get a medium salvager, it's going to be Argo. I just really hope that's the case. I love them as well. It is, no, by all means, ask away. It's one of my favorite manufacturers. They just are so thoroughbred industrial, and it looks cool, and I love them. Where did Consolidated Outland get their... Do you mean for the Nomad? Yeah, that was a bit of an unusual... I guess maybe they now that we have the Huxa, that technology is available. I think it was more that the Xi'an and MISC have their own agreement, but then the general trade Huxa agreement between the UEE and the Xi'an Empire enables them to also gain access to that stuff. Don't know. Good question, though. Prisoner, welcome. It'd be cool to get some story on that one. What's his face? Consolidated Outland guy. Silas Corner, isn't it? Yo, Redbeard. Yeah, the whole sea seems to be having a big problem right now, doesn't it? Are you picking up a TOBII, Stonker? Are you in the US? Reliant can be great again. Vertical form gives it intercept speed. The horizontal gives it more of a superior strafing ability, but it takes straight line speed away, but increases weapon damage metrics. Lastly, add an alien gel to fill the cockpit to mitigate G-forces while flying. The only downside of the Reliant is that when you are in the vertical position, no, you can't get out of the seat. The passenger can't get out, you can't get out, so you are stuck in that seat. Other than that, I absolutely love the Reliant and think it's such a cool, unique design. Same with the Katual. That's, man, just hearing that thing roar when we first had it. There's so many ships that I just haven't flown in so many years. Like, literally years I've not flown those ships. So many places in the game that I haven't been to in years. Oddball Paul, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. An Argo salvage ship will just be 10 Atlas. Yeah, just sort of strapped to the side. What do they work on when they bring the servers down? I don't know. Generally, so they're rolling out the hotfixes, but also in terms of server maintenance, I guess refreshing them, optimize. I don't know. I really don't know what it involves. I'm sure someone here does, though, because it's a very common thing, isn't it, in gaming, is server maintenance. How you doing, Oddball? MSR or Zeus? I would say Sloppy the Zeus for now. It's the more modern ship. It looks beautiful. Not that the MSR doesn't, but it's a bit more optimized and user-friendly for the game as it is today. There is nothing wrong with the Reliant. Yeah, the sounds... I'm hoping as well this year, as part of the ongoing improvements, we're going to see more of the Star audio coming along. That would be so nice. Because there's so many inconsistencies between audio for ships, for items, for locations. So yeah, really working on improving that will be very, very nice. If they do. I hope they do. Yeah, the MSR is quite bulky. I could do with a bit of an update, definitely. The Reliance series still has the bug where you bedlog, and when you log back in, sometimes the ship is in a vertical... Oh, really? So you're like... Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, especially if you're planet-side landing, logging in and out. You went from an LN to a raft. That's quite a step up there, Jason. Yeah, Invictus is next month. Not too far off now. The Misk Reliant just needs a pair of new suits to go with it. One looking like Batman, the other one like Rodney. You just see them running down the road. That would be hilarious. I love that show. Yeah, it does sound good, does the Mark II Zeus. Absolutely. I'd love to stumble upon a Mark I Zeus and just like all these old ships in the lore and just claim them for my own. In 411, still having the bedlog problems. I don't know, I haven't tried it. Is that where you... What's the bedlog problem, Winter? Yeah, the MSR needs a lot of love. There's a lot of ships, aren't there, that need updating. But as you can see, with every single patch we get, there are little updates here and there. Now, obviously, some of them require more than others. Like the MSR needs a second entrance, and it needs a lot more. The same with the Reclaimer, and there's certain ships that need quite a significant amount of visual changes, but then there's others that just need tweaks and so forth. Oh, the Polaris bedlog is not working. What, in 411? Yeah, exactly, Queeb. There's sometimes ships have no sound, sometimes weapons lose sound, sometimes in the hangar the sounds go. Sir Cools, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Are you already following? I'm sure you were. Are you well? Your bomber jacket got wiped from the last Invictus. How dare they? Oh, you have to apologise, mate. Either you accidentally unsubbed or unsubbed purposely because I pissed you off, or because you're taking a break. Whatever is the case, it is your incentive to do so and your choice to do so. It doesn't bother me in the slightest, mate. You do what you need to do to remain sane. I also love Only Fools. Watch them about 50 times each. Yeah, the sort of things that you just kind of think, if they're on, you just sit and watch them. Everybody does. Doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. All these sneaky reworks, I wonder what else they have up their sleeves. Yes, absolutely. Lots going on. Are you doing all right, Sakurs? Feeling all right, mate? Just having sort of taken a break from things. But no, it's the right way to do things. Doing a bit of life maintenance. Or YouTube and Twitch maintenance. I like what they did with the raft. It is now usable, yes. I mean, it's been usable for a while now with the cargo grid, but the fact that it's visually right and you have the tractor beam now makes great. Is it? Are we up? Are you able to get in, Deacon? Have you managed to get in? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Crisp, welcome. I'm doing great, thank you, my friend. I'll wait and see if Deacon, because Deacon will probably get into the game first, and then still saying down for you. Have you tried launching? I take it it's still, yeah. Hopefully they're getting there. Shouldn't be too long now. Let me just change the goal amount. Instead of making it 3,000, let's go 2,500 and go from there. That I think is a bit more reasonable. There we are. Still saying it's down for you. Are you in the game, Winter? Have you launched? Will they leave the raft as it is or return it? No, they'll leave it as it is. There may still be tweaks and adjustments and so forth, but I don't think they're going to go back to how it was. I think they're going to stick to this now with the cargo grid. Down the line, whether they find a way to make cranes plausible, maybe, but I doubt it. I think it just adds too much complexity and annoyance when you've got some ships that have, you know, lore-friendly grids and others with cranes. But then you look at something like the Galaxy and that says it has a what do you call it crane? A tractor beam crane. So it's whether that will change, we don't know. Oh, so you just got in, but the launcher's just saying, okay, so matchmaking is currently disabled. We'll wait and see how it gets on. We've still got, you know, a good hour left. Do I have one Winter? No, I don't. Oh, I don't think I have a Reliant. I used to have a Mako, but I don't think I do anymore. Well, it's not that they can't get the arms of the Reclaimer working. It's more that right now, with a lot of other technology required to see if it's going to be possible, like Maelstrom, they don't want to... it's on hold, right? They brought it in a somewhat semi-functional state using the claw for dismantling and fracturing with the intention of later down the line looking to see what they can do with it once Maelstrom comes out. They can't really do anything with it until that happens because they don't know what will be possible. RB, how you doing? I feel like the upper cargo area of the raft could be used for some sort of item like... Well, has anyone tried putting an atlas on the actual raft? Because cargo grids now, especially external cargo grids, can hold, you know, you can clamp all sorts of things to it, like missiles and weapons and so forth. So, if the Argo Atlas is not available to do that yet, then it might be later down the line, unless it is actually doable now. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Oh, that cargo trolley. Flipping heck. I've been waiting for that for so long. That hover trolley. Yeah, they're having problems. Maybe the Xi'an are holding back on their gravity information. Yeah, if the claw stays like this, so be it. Ideally, though, long term, they would have it where it could clamp and it could dismantle. It all depends on what Maelstrom brings. And I'm hoping it's going to be capable of doing... loads, you know. It should open up a whole load of things that were never even thought possible, I would think. Painkiller, how you doing? Oh, we will be fighting aliens in the PU, absolutely. In fact, with Nyx being the next system, which could be this year, more likely next year, well, not even more likely next year, but could be either this year or next. In Nyx, the Vanduul raiding parties regularly come through from what is it, Virgil or whatever the system is where they are found to fight. Now, whether, you know, if Nyx might come this year, but the ability to fight these Vanduul in clans might not. But the point of Nyx is there will be Vanduul raiding clans that come through, and it'll be up to the players to, you know, patrol that, kind of like a new Perry line, but for the Vanduul instead. Yeah, what I'm saying, Griff, is in terms of the Reclaimer Claw, the team who developed it and decided to go for using it to do the whole dismantling and so forth, said until they have Maelstrom in their hands as a product that they can use, they don't know what's possible. I honestly think it will be possible for it to munch and clamp, because that's what the Maelstrom physical damage system does. There is a potential that it will go away completely, but there's also a potential that if it is actually plausible and they find a way to do it, then they will. Lord Moore, welcome. When I tried my Atlas Geo last week, it didn't stick to the cargo grid. Okay. Yeah, hopefully it's something that will happen. I mean, eventually, with the AR mode, we technically should be able to clamp anything anywhere. But not so much cargo, I suppose. I don't know how that's going to work. It's probably still going to require an actual cargo grid to clamp. Neil Murphy, how you doing? No, RB, this is just a live gameplay trailer thing from CitizenCon last year. I wish. Well, actually, I don't. I don't want to have any spoilers, really. Yeah, exactly. The cranes kind of went away when tractor beam technology advanced. This is the thing with the continued development. Things change. It is all subject to change, you know. The Vanduul are the neighbours of Nixt. Yeah. Nixt is the Nixt system. Like, having a wrench to turn a nut is a lot more code. Yes, absolutely. Now, I know in many areas of the game, like engineering, medical, God knows what else, they do want to go more to the hands-on visceral side of things. Beams are just a starting point to get that feature in our hands. But how far they go with each one is yet to be seen. They may stick with just beams, but as we've heard, they want to improve that and make it more visceral, more tactile. So we'll see what they do. Neil, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, my friend. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much. Do you think mining will change visually? Yeah, I think there's a lot of options for them to go to subsurface mining, maybe even bring in mining veins, ice mining. All these different types of mining could change visually in various ways. But again, it's a lot of it is just we want to get the feature in and working, and then beyond, like, for all things. So it's like, let's not just focus on mining and drive that to finished version forever, and then not have, and then start working on salvage. It was kind of like, let's try and bring up as much as we can to a semi-decent standard, so that we have range and variety on what to do. And then, as time goes on, with more tech and time, increase the visuals, the interactions and so forth. So yes, there's definitely more to come for mining, but when it does come is yet to be seen. Like, there's no predicting when these current updates for mining would come, or the previous ones. It's just as and when they get around to doing it. But a lot of the Planet Tech stuff, I suspect, will be set up massively for mining. Yo, Harry, I don't know, we're still waiting for it to come back up now. I think it's on the way up, or starting to switch on. But yeah, right now it's still off, unfortunately. Sweetheart, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. The return of Levski. Yeah, I cannot wait for that day. Colo, welcome. You are absolutely in time, my friend. Yeah, Arastra, Orion, there's still those to do. There is still the potential for mining veins. Did you just buy a raft? That is very good timing, yeah. Yeah, mining is in a very good place right now in terms of the depth and the quality, and it has been for a while. But it is by no means done. And as they bring in ore quality, the different types of refining for the different materials, maybe even different processes to mine different materials, like mining gems versus mining metals and so forth, versus mining ice, are very different in the real world because of the different qualities of those materials. So I wouldn't be surprised if over time they develop different methods, which could be different heads, different types. You could swap out a method on your prospector that can mine ice, but won't allow you to mine anything else. You'd have to swap that over again. 100k rocks, yeah. Woo! With the Orion. You wish the Atlas was more of a frame rather than a variant. I kind of disagree. It would be useful, kind of like the multi-tool of mechs, but then it would limit the choice, the chance of seeing other mechs come from other manufacturers. And I like the idea of there being, you know, dedicated things that you can acquire in game. There's a money sink there, and you get to store them and display them, and then set yourself up ready for when you're going to go out and do stuff, rather than being like, I'm going to do some mining. Oh, there's a ship. Let's go and do some salvaging. Like, I get the ease of that, but this is Star Citizen. It's not easy. Will we be able to transfer imprints to medical beds on the Starlance attack? If it's a tier 1 bed, then yes, but it depends. Oh, actually, yeah, it doesn't matter about the tier, does it, anymore? At this time. Well, it depends if it allows it. I think it could. I don't know what's going on with the med stuff. There's so much that's temporary, so much that's long term and kind of intermingled, and a lot missing. 1 inch punch. That's 7. So how you doing? What kind of PC am I getting? I'm getting a high end gaming content creation rig that will allow me to put out 4K content efficiently. So 9950X3D. Digital Tengu has given me his 4090. Gonna have hopefully minimum 64 gig of RAM. Drives set up for the ease of content creation, and motherboard set up for that as well. Jonas, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, where did Cleo go? No, I mined it with Orion. Oh, okay. Well, there goes Moon. Is it tier 3? Yeah, I think any tier bed at the moment you can respawn on, can't you? Which I do still hope they do away with, but it sounds like they may keep that and have other punishments and things to decide. There's a lot they can do, to be fair, that will change the whole regeneration space. Yeah. What kind of car do you have? A blue one. I remember once I think we had like a black Ford Fiesta, an old one, when I was a kid. And when we went back to the garage to pick it up, the guy asked Mum, "What car what's your car?" And she said, "Oh, it's a black one." And it's like, and you know, my brother and I were like, "It's a Fiesta. It's the black Fiesta over there." She was like, "Oh yeah." It's like, the hell. But yeah, a pretty high-end rig. That should help me do what I do, but better. Will we have base building before or after 1.0? Before. We will have spaceship building before 1.0. All that stuff. So whatever is coming with 1.0, we will be playing it well before 1.0 releases, because it will need to be thoroughly tested, won't it? Yes, they have been pretty cagey with the whole respawn things. It's as if they're trying to make... So a lot of the changes that we have in game are often either mixed between short-term, what makes it convenient now, mid-term and long-term, like end goal. Because of the way the game is now with the bugs and the problems, it can take a long time. It can, it can be quite annoying when they up the insurance costs and so forth, when everyone's losing their ship to bugs. It wasn't the right time. The intention is to go that way, but it doesn't really help in a game that's heavily bugged. So there's a lot of stuff that is mixed in that none of it's really final yet. There's still a lot to go there. I hope that we can regenerate into the tack bed, because I am going to attempt to live on board for good. Fill up all the shells and trinkets. Yeah, I mean, that's the stuff that I've been trying to do for a while. And there's always those bugs where it's like, oh, great, my turtle's disappeared. But as throughout this year, things start to get more solid, stable, more consistent, that kind of thing should be more and more possible. No, I plan, Neil, to have... I'm going to convert my current PC into a dedicated stream PC, and then figure out, what needs to... Do I need a capture card? What do I need? I don't know at this time what I need to do, but through various streams of late, my PC, especially gaming, I just think my PC is unable to handle it, and it's... the frame rate plummets... It gets really janky. There was a time when my whole camera was all janking out with certain software and stuff. So I think it's just to be consistent in streams, having that separate machine to do that and handle that on its own is going to be a good idea. Cecil, how you doing? Welcome. I was thinking maybe tier 3 beds could bring you back with 1 tier injuries. The trouble with that is... the injury stuff and, like the respawning, part of the punishment of death is kind of that, but missing limbs. Not like, tier issues. It's more like the tier issues of injury are based on the medbed to be healed. If you get killed too many times, or you specifically get injured in a limb takes a extremely heavy impact versus something else, then you will respawn based on your insurance with mechanized parts. So they already have a plan for respawning and the different tiers. That would kind of clash in a way with that idea. Not to say they can't change it. The stream machine, dream machine, yeah. Solex Hayden, bed logging has also been problematic lately. Yeah, I've heard. I've not had any trouble myself, thankfully. But, yeah, it'll be... I'm hoping they've fixed the issues there. Alakai, welcome. You've been raided onto other Star Citizen streams in this tab, and this tab originated in Mac's last stream. It's made full circle. No way. Because it was Jen that passed it on to me. Who did I pass it on to? Can't remember. Was it Detox or something? Yeah, it might have been. And then it's sort of... That's cool. We all work in our own tight-knit group, I guess. It would be cool if your quality of revive was dependent upon your bed. Is that... Cecil, is that you, Colt? A tier 1 bed would... That's exactly what Cecil said. Like I say, I don't think that could work with what they already have planned, but it could... Oh, Kemi! That's right. Yeah, we sent it Kemi's way, didn't we? So we sent it to Kemi. Kemi must have sent it to someone else, and then throughout the 2 days, it circled back around to me. Look at that, Kemi. The circle of life. If you have been like me, watching and hearing The Lion King over and over and over and over again. Although now we're on with Aladdin, which is fine. As a ship entry, I would like to see a size 0 salvage ship based upon the Argo tractor with an 8 or 16 SEU storage. So an Argo salvager, size 0 salvager. Well, we already know that there will be an RSI... Oh, Wonko, how you doing, mate? Yes, it's Piss Poor Pete today. How are you, sir? RSI are already doing a single, like, well, maybe not size 0, but a small salvager. Size 0, I suppose, would be essentially a mech to some degree, wouldn't it? You will to the UK to buy some pints? You okay? Are you coming to the UK? Whereabouts you going? Yeah, they're doing a starter salvage. Yeah, pick Sandman up on your way. They're rebooting servers now, are they, Winter? Excellent. Okay. I would like to see weaker medbeds like tier 3 still at least be able to provide medication to alleviate symptoms short term. Also, they should have long real time timers on injuries that heal over time. Yeah, that's an idea. So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot they can do, isn't there, with their sort of the nuances of healing, gaining injuries, the type of injury. This is, the medical profession is one thing that I really want to see evolve beyond the beams. And it's something they have said will evolve beyond beams, where you're like treating different wounds differently based on what the injury is. So you wouldn't be treating a burn the same as you would a gunshot. You wouldn't be, you know, an explosion with shrapnel, that kind of... I don't know how far they want to go or can go, but definitely making it more visceral than what we have now. Yeah, plagues, illness, that's definitely something they want. Salvage missions in caves. Well, it's a strange... I mean, yeah, I guess so. If a ship can get into the cave, then there's no reason why there wouldn't be a salvage mission in there if it couldn't get out again, right? They should make a Starlancer Max-based Atlas robot suit. A Starlancer Max robot suit. For cargo hauling. Oh, yeah, implants are still the plan. You know, like mechanized arms and things. That is definitely still the plan. I need a wee again, guys. Oof. I think I'll get my final beer as well. The US servers are unresponsive. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting in today, unfortunately, but it seems to be the case when we have this maintenance window. It is what it is. I don't mind doing the chatty talks streams. I love them, in fact. Oh. Could you hear her? Causing chaos. Sort of bedtime, wind down time right now. Are you off, Vigorous? Thank you, my friend. You have a great evening too. What's on the menu tonight? $60k error still down. I don't think we're going to get in today, to be fair. At this point, just loading in, getting to where we're going takes a good 10. Yeah. Chit-chatting on like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, she's just... Rabbit. Bless her. Sunny, how you doing? Yeah, we will have we'll have full water planets. We've identified an additional beneficial hotfix and are taking the opportunity to apply those fixes during the maintenance window. The work will extend it by 1 hour. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for letting me know, guys. It is what it is. It's allows me time to do these kinds of streams, which I do miss. Like, now I love playing Star Citizen so much. It's like we don't often have these chit-chat streams, so a maintenance window is the perfect opportunity. But yeah, when it comes to underwater, so what they've said in the past is they would love to get to the level of sort of Subnautica where there's lots of missions and lots of content underwater. But it's a priority thing. There's priority is space, planet side. In the future, there's definitely a lot they want to explore with underwater content, like wreck diving, interesting locations, caves, creatures, that kind of stuff. Submersibles will probably be a thing as well, but yeah, nowhere near a priority at any time soon. Sunny, how you doing, by the way? And of course, being able to swim being important. Yeah, wheelie bod. Yeah, I should have jumped on... well, on Friday's stream, we will be doing PTU. So, I mean, by all means, guys, if you are wanting to continue on playing in the verse together, by all means do so. Don't let me stop you. But yeah, we'll be doing... checking out the PTU on Friday. Whatever the patch is by that point, we should have a new one on Thursday by the sounds of things. Whether there's a new one on Friday will probably be after I stream anyway. This gives me time for the sticking issue. What's happening? I mean, do you mean on the issue council? Probably in the Terra system. What's that, Jim? There are systems, if you're talking about water systems, there are a lot of, or maybe 2 or 3 systems that have full water planets. I think Helion is one. I know Sandman knows of one. I can never remember what it is. Thank you, Smugs. You are more than welcome, mate. Yeah, thank you for listening to me and offering advice and so forth. Yeah, we're definitely getting boats. 100%, because like you say, Squadron has them. The boat physics has been created. Buoyancy, submersibles, there's definitely a path for that kind of stuff, but it is just about priorities. Getting... Oh, water missions, yeah. Back a while ago, I can't remember when it was, but there was an Inside Star Citizen where they touched upon, very briefly, buoyancy for things in water, which we now know with like cargo boxes and things. And they said, down the line, this leads to the potential for exploring wrecks in water, underwater, on the body of water, missions that take you to these locations. Not to mention just organic stuff. You could eventually crash into a planet, into a body of water, and that wreck will be there to be explored. And it'll be, like I saw that 890 jump, although that is probably because the water wasn't that deep. But when we first got Pyro. Yeah, Purple Rain. They found another issue, so they're keeping it down for another hour to then roll out this to take the opportunity to roll out this new fix. Yeah, how else would you smuggle moonshine? Absolutely. Dave Haddock has posted that the lore team will be retconning certain star map entries as the game progresses. Oh yeah, that's not to say that we won't see a full water planet. I think he's probably just relating that more to how much the game has changed from when they wrote all... you know this, but how much the game has changed since its conception and how the lore team were like, well, this is this, this is this. Like, back then, planets weren't physical, so naturally, a lot of them were very much just dead planets that don't have breathable atmospheres, that have nothing to offer, barring maybe 1 or 2 landing places. Now... like, we've seen Pyro get retconned to hell because we want content. We want places to go to. That's not to say that there won't be planets or moons that are inhospitable, but there should be a lot more that are, because we want to build. We want to live in places. We want to explore places. Yeah, back then, Star Citizen was pretty much Starfield, what that is today. So, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, but that's not to say that, Helion or these other complete ocean worlds aren't going to exist. It might be more that they have more physical platforms for living and landing on than was originally intended, but there's still definitely going to be full ocean planets. Is it Helion with the big waves? What? A terrestrial navy? Oh, you want a terrestrial navy as well as an extraterrestrial? Yeah, that's true. That's kind of cool. Hiding a base underwater to collect materials and build smaller cap ships to overthrow the enemy. There's plenty of exciting things that can be done with water gameplay. E-Hawk, how you doing? Welcome. Argo Atlas Subnautica. Yeah. Yeah, I bet won't go. That raft update, very nice. Mr. C, how you doing? Welcome. Any chance you're coming to Quantum Vegas 2955? 12th of January no. I doubt it. No, 12th of July. Unfortunately not. I can't even make it. I probably won't even be able to make it to Manchester in May, to be fair. What do you think about the systems that will be in Squadron, such as Odin? Why are they not in 1.0? Because they have to be connected. Now, Odin is connected to... I can't remember what it's connected to. It's connected to one of the systems. Is it Nyx? Oh no, maybe Magda. I can't remember now. But, because Squadron, firstly, doesn't need the full system with everything that the PU needs. Right, Squadron 42, the chances are they will have fleshed out all the celestial bodies for all the locations and the necessary locations that you travel to. Now, that's not to say in Squadron you can just jump into a ship and go flying and exploring everything that Odin will have to offer in the persistent universe, because A, it won't exist because it's not necessary for the Squadron game, because you're in the military. You go away too far, you're going AWOL, you'll fail the mission, it'll bring you back to a checkpoint, you'll have to restart that bit. That's not to say that the progress made on the Squadron 42 systems aren't going to be beneficial for when they come to putting them into the PU, but there's a lot to planets. Not just the physical entities, but or bespoke locations. You look at a planet now, and everything that it has on it, not to mention everything else coming with Planetech version 5, it takes a long time and a lot of stuff to put into a system with all the hookups and all the gameplay and the content and so forth. So we get the first 5, which is heavily thought out for, content, gameplay, stories, reputation, and people's preferences in terms of legalities. And then they will just continue to add more and more. And I'm sure there will be benefits to Squadron having those systems, like Odin, amongst others. But they will just roll out over time with each one connecting as they go. So definitely benefited, but not a definitive they're coming because it's in Squadron, A planet with Fallout vibes. Well, at the end of the day, David, it's not going to be... Welcome, by the way. It isn't going to be a full planet with Fallout vibes, necessarily. I mean, you could go to somewhere like Aberdeen, I think. That has Fallout vibes. Like, I always expect to see a Deathclaw just lolloping over a hill. It's more likely going to be an area of the planet. Like, when you think about Fallout, essentially, it's America. Right, you're in America. It's you could potentially travel across America and all be desert and whatnot. But that's not to say that every part of the system is. I would love to see an area where you get like a bit like I don't know, like a plague or hell, a Last of Us kind of scenario where it's all walled off. And it's a no-go zone, but there's missions to go in there and get stuff for people illegally. I think that would be kind of cool. But yeah, there will be, barren locations. I suspect when we get the old human systems where the Vanduul now control, they are pretty much Fallout locations where they've been wrecked because of the war. Yo, Fox, yes. Yeah, so, Keelrath, Forks, welcome. It's currently server maintenance going on for the next hour. It'll be up within about an hour's time, I'm afraid. And you're dying to get back in. It's like the itching. So, Odin connects to Nyx, Tanga, and Kellogg. Right, so there is a connection there. I hope when you go out of the mission zone in Squadron, it just says you are deserting, and then you get shot with the... I don't think they'll do that. I think you can be put in the brig. I think that's going to be something if you misbehave, you'll be put in the brig. But yeah, it'll be more of a like, they're not going to just shoot you in the real world, are they, if you go AWOL, but they will certainly, you'll be a felon and be tracked down and put in prison. Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you, Mr. C. Are you? Moondog, welcome. Asteroid collisions riddle around Earth would be cool, but also a reason why we left. We didn't leave. We left due to overcrowding more than anything, but Earth is still very much, I mean, it is the center of the UEE government. So Earth, again, talking back about the retcon for planets, back in the day, Earth was supposed to have, 4 or 5 landing zones, and that's it. Main landing zones where you can go to, and the Senate will be found there. Now, it's more a case of they need to develop the planet as Earth, but 900 years in the future. Now, that gives them a lot of scope for making it easier, but at the same time, it's not going to be easy because they don't have to say we all... Because there's no law at the moment about we all had a war and destroyed half the world, so we only had to create half a world. I think it's more a case of, as they've stated in the past, every time they develop new planets and new biomes and new planet techs, that all adds towards creating Earth as a close to as real as they want to make it as possible. Like swamps, redwoods, all these biomes, they're all part of Earth's biomes, and they will be distributed as appropriate by the time Earth comes around. But they could still have, 900 years of, well, that area is completely decimated, or that area is barren now because of drought or whatever. There's plenty of choice there to do stuff, but Earth will exist. Sol will exist. Mars, there'll be Port Renatus, the Moon. Boba Fett, nice to meet you, my friend. Really want to go to the Sol system. I want to land on my trailer in your Corvette. Maybe not quite to that detail. No, I don't. They're not going to use Google Earth. They will probably, by that time, they will probably have some form of AI-driven generation, but they're not doing photo one-for-one stuff. So many abandoned rafts at DCs in the PTU. Welcome, Carbon. Hey, hang on. You've jumped ship. Is the maintenance going to be pushed to 411? No, it's not. It's not 411 going live. Ark, welcome, by the way. It's just fixing a few issues that are in live right now with 4.1. 4.111. Hang on. 4.11 is still PTU. Could be pollutants, could be all sorts of stuff, couldn't it? You just know, everyone will try to find their way. Yeah, so technically this is where England is, and this is where Yorkshire is. Let me try and hone in. The raft is going to be your new bounty ship. I like your thinking. Yeah, a one-for-one like Earth is not going to happen. Nor does it need to, really. I'm not even supposed to be doing patch jobs. I'm supposed to be working on the Hollow Globe. Hey, what Hollow Globe? We're waiting for engineering to jump back in. Give engineering, yes. I suspect we will get a tech preview for engineering, and then, rolling out all the various aspects of that as they go. They will not be able to make the planet Earth because the planets in the game are many times smaller. Yeah, they may increase them, but yeah, they're not trying to make a one-for-one replica of any planet in that regard. And they don't need to, Crazy idea, but what about super realistic vehicle racing, maybe with force feedback? So, yes, super realistic vehicle racing is kind of the direction they want to go to with all types of racing, be that ship racing, planetary gravlev wheeled. They want it to feel like a real physical thing is moving mass around, and there's skill to it, and there's G-forces and so forth. Force feedback is certainly something I think we will start to see roll out with sticks and so forth. I mean, certain ones do already, don't they? You can even get, like, in the CIG offices, they have full, I think it's MONSTERTECH rigs, I could be wrong, but rigs with force feedback vibration boxes and things. So, yeah, you know, CIG want to support as many peripherals as possible. Already, with Logitech releasing Thrustmaster releasing their latest stick, the Solar, that is with Star Citizen in mind. And as Star Citizen Squadron gets more and more popular, we will see these companies pushing, like what we have now in terms of peripherals, it'll skyrocket because of the popularity of Star Citizen, the wealth that it brings in from the community, and companies will jump on that, like what Thrustmaster are doing. They're like, holy shit, this, you know, we're missing out here because everyone's going VKB Verpil. We need to make something that can be somewhat competitive. Like we're seeing Verpil produce yokes. We will have force feedback at some point, but it's whether people want it or not, right? It's I would love it, but then there's also that side of the PvP side where they don't want, like, most people would probably in the PvP competitive era, like if you have force feedback sticks and you're racing in a competition like PvP competition, would that make it more difficult versus using something without any force feedback? Probably, which would affect your times. So I think in that arena, people would probably be less likely to. For me, I love the idea of racing. I do not expect to be the best, nor do I care if I am. I want the immersive side of it, of flying around, you know, like the pod racing. And if I had force feedback sticks to do that, that would be amazing. But, yeah, it's hard to say, depending on, everyone will do what they want to do. Hologlobe or holosphere, the thing. You say you're working on it, Winter. What do you mean you're working on it? You're getting them operational. What, are you actually working? Do you work for CIG? And you're working on making the actual hologlobe operational? Or do you mean you're making it at home for you to use? I'm confused. That rhymes. Vapeezy, welcome. I don't know, maybe cargo containers. Cargo stations. Rally racing, yeah, could you imagine? Yes, they did, NX. They found another fix that they wanted to push out, so it's delayed it by an hour. Yeah, I'd love force feedback stuff. I would definitely use it. But, you know, the hardcore racers would probably prefer not to, because it may hinder their ability versus their competition who may not be using it. Yeah, the radar and scanner stuff I think we will be seeing come along pretty soonish, or at least start rolling out soonish. I mean, we already saw a hint with Starware where the Antium helmet had... it had... Oh... like the FPS scanner a part of it, like it got left in the build by accident. So they're heavily in with radars, scanners, the new signature system. I feel like it's something that has to come along either all at once or in big chunks, and maybe alongside things like engineering. In fact, the last thing we heard on the monthly report was how using an FPS scanner, when you're inside a ship, it'll highlight where the components are versus when you're outside of a ship. So there is that. So they are working on it, and yeah, I hope it comes soon. Supposed to be getting it operational, but you keep getting asked to do patches and fixes. Oh, you're freelance, I see, which is to say I don't get paid for anything. Right, so you're supposed to be working on this HoloViewer or HoloGlobe, and you're having to fix patches and stuff. So they're throwing those, what do they call it, cards at you. The, what did Benoit call it? Was it Benoit or was it Rich? Like a Joker card, where we need people working on this right now. There just went my vet. Do they will have some new mechanics for the Hornet F7 tracker. Yes. So like I say, the scanners and radars and signature system as a whole is going through a huge redo, which is going to be necessary for engineering because every component gives off IR or EM or whatever. And it's such an important and big system that will be split into professions to some degree as well, where you know, if you have a combat scanner, it'll be bespoke for combat. If you have one for mining, it'll show you mining information, relevant information, and salvaging and so forth. That has been ongoing for quite a while now, and I have no idea when it's rolling out, but it sounds like they're still working on various aspects of it. But like I said, I don't know if it's going to be here is this stuff and here is this stuff, or if we need to bring out a big chunk of it in one go. Wingnut, thank you so much for the 77. Oh, numbers of Nurgle. That is crazy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love the PlayStation 5 triggers. When playing like Gran Turismo, that feedback feels great. Yo, Navy, how you doing? I went on the PTU in missing my Polaris. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's missing. I wouldn't worry about it though. It doesn't mean it's going to be missing when it goes live, but I don't know why. You can't wait for the ship patrol missions. Yeah, they sound like they're going to be quite interesting. Again, all these different missions puts pen to paper for people to get on with something, to give an incentive to go out and do something, so that for people like myself that enjoy the organic side of things, of just sort of making my own missions, it means there's more people have been playing, leaving things, killing things, destroying things persisting for me to find. It just creates that living, breathing, feeling world. I love it. Steb, welcome. Can you tell me what controllers you're using? I'm thinking about upgrading to the Gladiators. So the Gladiators, at the moment I'm using Gunfighters with Cosmosema sticks and a GNX SEM. Definitely better than the Gladiators in terms of their responsiveness, but they are high-end sticks, so you're paying a premium for them, just like if you were to go with like Vertil's Constellation sticks. The Gladiators, though, for the price, are phenomenal. They are amazing in terms of their responsiveness, their tactile, their quality, lots of buttons to play with, and you can go through the whole lineup of adding these to them. Like they slot to the side of the bases. So I highly recommend them. Price to performance, they are amazing. Are there worse sticks? Are there better sticks? Absolutely. But what you're getting from the Gladiators, you will not be disappointed. Newbie question, is Star Citizen controller compatible? Yes. Yes, they are. I don't know what controllers work with it, but because I don't use it myself, but yeah, absolutely, you can use a controller. You may struggle with like key bindings and things, but as long as you have a keyboard next to you where you can probably use it, that'll be great. You could always use voice attack if there's like a disability stopping you from using certain things. That's something you could do, like whatever the voice attack command is, launch countermeasures, turn quantum drive on. Kelzero, welcome. Yeah, ironclad. Ooh, what a great vehicle that's going to be. Oh, a Cytec X45, an X54 or X45. I didn't even know the 45 existed. That's cool. They were fun because sometimes you would get in and got no enemies, and it would be like, cool. Yeah, I feel like it's not going to be like that now. I think there's likely always going to be something happening. Not every time. I guess not every time. But with their new dynamic mission system, that's what I'm most excited for about these missions, these patrol and ambush missions. It's not necessarily the gameplay that they're bringing, but it's seeing what is capable now, or what they're capable of now with this new system, and how they set missions up, and how that's going to change going forwards. Yoshi07, Not to mention the missions, I'm sure, will be interesting. But, yeah, it's more about the future expansion of the mission system, the dynamic mission system, and what they can do with it. Of course, Steb, anytime, my friend. It's old AF. You want to build you a homestead. That'll be the day. Can't wait for that day to come along. I'm hoping they have more battle modes for ships, like the Barrack, or like the Canop. Yeah, that would be. I mean, once we get armor, like once we actually have physical armor, then we could probably see that kind of stuff rolling out, and seeing how that impacts the various ships and their abilities and so forth. One of the patches coming is for the frame rate drop that keeps happening at certain times in certain places. Is in one of the patches, not this one, the one that's hotfixing. I'm trying to think what that could be for. Is that for quantum traveling? You can't say, can you, Winter? Starcitizen will utilize 3 axis pedals and full 60 degrees of freedom controls on your ship. Yeah. Sorry, flight. There's a lot of people that are like, you know, they have those rigs that have full-on movements. Would be interesting if they would let us build our own homes. Well, that's the plan, Tuba. Yeah, base building is absolutely the plan. You know that, right? You know. I'm sure you know that. You mean like the no atmosphere zones in stations? What's this, Fox? Sorry. Oh, not gonna lie, Fox. I'm looking forwards to making ships. Me and a group of friends literally made an org for industrial and base building. We want to make people mega factories for building ships. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, not this fix, but soon. Excellent, thank you. Yeah, I have all the controls and don't know how to use them. To be honest, all of these ships should take the back burner. Should take the back burner until the Vulcan is released. We need to be able to rearm ammo on ships. Going back to stations is really slowing down the gameplay. Yeah, absolutely. But also, it might even be physically by hand. You know, using tractor beams, I should say, rather than even using a drone from a Vulcan. They've said there may be a way that we could swap out a magazine on a ship's physical, you know, weapon in the field as such, which would be cool. I agree, that would be a really nice way of doing things. Maybe even gathering them up like we do with ordnance now. Like, one of the best things for me to loot is ordnance because people need it because it's expensive. Yeah, there's quite a list of things that need fixing, but it's getting there, isn't it? It's, I mean, it's pretty astonishing that this 4.1.1 has 140 plus fixes, all of which are essentially 4.1 issues, plus 38 that are, well, not all of which, 38 of those are issue council issues, so making progress there. Has anyone played 4.1.1 on the PTU yet? How has it felt? Not that it matters, because even if it was, you know, smooth as anything, it doesn't have to be when it goes live, does it? This is a great song. To the outer rim. You log in, get your ship, do a mission, come back to your base, store stuff, then ASOP ain't working and you gotta restart the game. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's a bit laggy, is it? Okay. That's probably mostly due to the logging that's going on in the background. In terms of, like, frame rates. Is that what you mean, frame rate laggy? Or you mean, like, actual lag of things doing things that they should? Yes, the Idris has a full interior. So does the Bengal carrier. It sounds like for Invictus we'll be able to tour the Idris. So frame rate lag, yeah, that's mostly likely due to the logging that goes on the PTU, which is a downside now because the live build is always so much more solid now with frame rates, so that when we do get a PTU, even if it's, you know, less people playing, less bugs or whatever, it tends to be less performance friendly because it has a lot of logging going on. Referred to as cluster code. Okay, thank you, Winter. No, don't get yourself into trouble. You know you can recycle your low mags and refill them by... Yes. You're talking to me then. Space Marine 2 Doctor Project. I think I've heard of that. All CIG has to do is set hierarchies. Racer, fighter, and industrial ships. Adds height weights accordingly. Light racers, fighter medium, industrial cap ships heavy. What are we talking about there, Kevin? Yeah, let's play craft according to, and have components work harder or less. Do you mean for engineering? It's definitely not that simple in terms of like... Because, you know, when it comes to components, you've got power, you've got coolant, you have your emissions, you have potential malfunctions, degradation, damage. Oh, flight model. Sorry. Yeah. Set the archetypes and then tune it accordingly. I see what you say there. I almost went down a right rabbit hole. Moondog. No, mate. I was hoping to get in for the last hour, but we're just chilling and chatting today. Often is the case that a hotfix will, or a maintenance window will drop just as I start my stream and finish, just as I finish. But like I say, it doesn't bother me because as much as I'm enjoying playing now, for a long time, all we did for the most part was chill and chat streams where we were just following development, not playing, but just watching. I see everyone throwing their low mags on the ground. Oh, really? I think now, when you have an empty mag, it automatically dispels it. But yeah, if you fire and reload, what is it? Alt F1 or Alt 1? I think it's Alt 1 or Control 1. And you can now repack your magazines. Question, do you think we will be able to physically grab the refueling hose in a hangar and physically refuel our ships? Yes. So if you notice, as you've probably seen, which is why you're asking the question, there are, on ships there are two refueling stations. You've got one at the front, which is for ship-to-ship refueling, and then you have one at the side, which is kind of like a fold-out hose, and then in your hangar, eventually, there will be a way of either attaching it via a pull-out thing, or a ground thing, or a vehicle. There will be refueling vehicles that you can probably drive up to it. But yeah, in fact, in Squadron, they show that as part of a scene where you're in the hangar and the team or the deck crew in there are refueling a ship, and they physically pick up a hose, they pull it over, they attach it, and then fill it up. So yeah, we'll have the same functionality. Yo, Gerzel, yeah, in about 15 minutes it should be about done. Question, what do you think will come first? Engineering. So engineering essentially was set to release with 4.0 until, you know, priority was on server meshing, and then they took a lot of the engineers off that to work on server meshing and help to push that out. Since then, focus has been on quality of life, performance, stability, that kind of stuff, rather than content, rather than features. That's not to say they're not still working heavily on features, they are, but priority is on pulling people off to work on a bug or, you know, an issue that has arisen as a priority. Now, engineering is still continuously being developed, as is base building, but engineering is closer to becoming implemented. They're still working on things like coolant and how coolant will function and how the ships request these sorts of things. But I think sometime in the very near future, we will see maybe a tech preview channel open up to specifically test the engineering gameplay. Whether it consists of all ships having components, probably not. It's probably just going to be a larger select amount of ships. Hopefully all, but most likely the majority, but not all. where they will have their components, they will communicate between them. But the problem is, it's going to take a while to do because it's such a big system that impacts every single vehicle, which impacts every single person. So if one thing is out of whack, it can completely, you know, they'll be blockers. So they'll definitely spend a lot of time trying to tune it and tweak it. Base building is definitely heavily underway. It seems to have become one of their priorities anyway, just because it's a cool thing that everybody wants. But I'm not expecting to see that till sometime next year, really. Yeah, engineering, I don't know if it can roll out in a smaller sense, but I think it'll be a case of, you know, the components, physicalized, all feeding and requesting resources of various types, life support, gravity generators, fire being a potential issue that needs to be put out. Been experimenting with worms. Nice. Are these the small worms then? I do wonder when the big worms are going to be coming. Yeah, rope physics for the fuel hoses. I think the rope physics were probably used for that little snippet that we saw in Squadron where they are using that puzzle-solving thing where you've got this pulley system for, like, putting stuff on it and it lowering it down. Like, I would have thought that's probably the first use case for rope physics, or the reason why it was initially developed, but it does definitely tie into things like hoses, because it's a similar kind of physics, isn't it? I hope rope mechanics turns into big wires and fuel hose mechanics that you can grab at the end and drag around and plug into. Yeah, I would think so. I also think it'll slightly venture into scaling mountains and rocks and things, because we saw on the not that it means anything, but on the Karak trailer where they were abseiling, I think that would be so cool. And if they have rope physics, then there's a potential that would come along, but it's not been confirmed by any means. Like yourself, who keeps getting pulled off one thing for bunches of fixes. Yeah, but we appreciate those fixes as well, though. As much as it's probably boring for you, we do appreciate them. Ooh, that's nice. The important aspect I hope they are working on server degradation, because they don't have a server restart with the amount of players it won't take long for a shard to tank. Well, with static server meshing, servers degrade much, much slower, which is why we have these maintenance windows as well to push out hotfixes. So with static server meshing, already we are seeing a huge increase in server stability and lack of degradation. It still happens, especially when entity count goes up and so forth. But there is still probably, even just on a static server meshing side of things, a lot more optimizing that they could probably do to improve that. Then, of course, with dynamic server meshing being the end goal, already, if they had dynamic server meshing at the speed at which these servers degrade, if it was just to spool up a new one and, you know, the replication layer would transfer everything, we would barely notice. That's where a lot of the optimizing will be done for as well, is the transferring of things via the replication layer, where it is milliseconds, where we don't even notice anything is happening or that we've changed servers. So already it is in a great place in terms of server degradation and stability, but there is definitely more to be done. There's definitely more they will want to do in terms of optimizing, and then on top of that, dynamic meshing, more optimizing, and as the tech improves and matures, it should just get better and better, right? Yo, Spark Lab, how you doing? 4.0 had you stuck in your hotel and immediately explode. I bet 4.1 is treating folks well. Yeah, it seems that, you know, obviously 4.0 had a lot of teething issues. 4.1, we've had actually multiple patches between 4.0 and 4.1, and it is much better now, much more playable. There are still issues, as you would expect with an alpha, but it's getting great now. Darth Mush, how you doing? Yeah, should be up in like 8 minutes, yeah. Rope physics is in the works. I'm excited to see what they can do with that. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Darth. Much appreciated. The RSI Pembroke suit has a little winch on the chest. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be a very cool thing. This is the thing. When they create technology, as we have seen in so many cases, and not just like server technology, I'm talking like gameplay tech, like ropes. They create it for a specific use case, and then from there it can be expanded into so many different areas. And we've seen that, I can't think offhand what we've seen it with, but there has been so many other examples of that exact thing happening, where they can now take that tech and expand, like persistence, for example, in its sense, is opening the doors for so much more cool gameplay aspects that other games just don't have. Sure thing, Winter. Thank you for all your hard work, and fly safe, my friend. I'll see you later. Climbing Castra. What, hunting for those creatures that are bigger than sandworms? Whole Armor, how you doing? Welcome back, are you well? The mountains of Castra, no-fly zone due to high winds. Oh, that would be scary, but cool. Anyway, with that said, we've got 7 minutes of the stream left. We'll just sort of unwind now and come back on Friday. You should put more sound alert. What do you mean? Dune, right? I doubt it. Although saying that, I don't know. Maybe we will be able to ride worms. That would be very cool. Time are we on? 5 minutes to go. Quasi, how you doing? Hot Spark, thank you so much for the subscription. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd love to be able to have... I'm pretty sure certain creatures will be able to be used as mounts. Just not all, I would think. But they haven't really confirmed that. Yes, Quasi. I would say Star Citizen is in a very good place already. The start of the year, a bit rocky with 4.0 and getting that out the door and fixing the issues that, static server meshing brought. And instancing. And the transit system. But, now they're in a place where the game is actually getting fixed for what we have. The alpha is getting fixed. A lot of the bugs are getting fixed. It's becoming much more playable at scale as well. I'm talking with many players in one situation running around together. It is so playable right now. And their intention this year is playability, stability, quality of life, bug fixing, just focused on that more than features. And as the year goes on, it should get more and more solid. For point redeems, yeah, there's something we probably could do there. But it is so much more playable now, and I definitely suggest giving it a go if you've been taking a break. There's still bugs, there's, still issues. There's like the transit system has been hotfixed to death, which seems to be doing all right now, but until we get the refactor for it, which they are working on, there's still going to be issues with it, I would think. Have I got an Easter Bunny costume? No. No, I haven't. I think she would tell. It would scare the crap out of her. Well, I care about features. It's a bit like the whole, who cares about graphics if we can't play what we've got? But then if we didn't have features and it looked great, people would be complaining about the lack of features as they have in the past. It's about everything. There is not like... It's never a case of that needs to be sorted before the game is good. There are multiple things that are somewhat equally important to one another that if it was missing, people would complain about it. If we got something else, if it was like the graphics are amazing, why don't they work on gameplay? All right, now the gameplay is amazing, why don't they work on graphics? It's like there's no trade-off there. They all have to be coming along at the same sort of experience, and it's getting there now. It really is. It's really ramped up. It's Beavertown Laser Crush, which is the alcohol-free one. Very nice, in fact. Imagine having Rancho on Hurston. Yeah, absolutely, Quatatron. The bugs are related, yeah, to many aspects. The complexity, you know, a mistake of missing something, like any game. But yeah, it is a very complicated game, and hunting the bugs can be hard because of the amount of ways that the game can be impacted. Right, it's crazy. But yeah, give it a go, Quasi. If you haven't got an account already, as Sandman is saying, there's a free fly happening soon, very soon, like tomorrow maybe. So you can try it for free and give it a go. But it is much, much better than it has ever been. Cheetos, how you doing? So that's my... Before I finish, GameGlass is now full price for the lifetime pass. Well, for all of it. I can get you 10% off your any annual or monthly pass, but if you want the lifetime pass, I can get you 15% off. And any purchase made, either lifetime or annual, monthly, I do get a kickback, so it's appreciated. Thank you. For TOBII, that is now on sale at 15% off until the 28th, which is essentially to allow those in the US to get it for a reasonable price before the price hike with the tariffs, because the price of it in the US, if you're in the US, it's going to be essentially doubled in price. So if you want it and you're in the US, now's your chance to get it. Sandman, send me your address, please, mate. Privately, obviously. Let's not put it in chat. I'll get this one sent out to you, dude. Mind-numbing inevitability, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. That is very much appreciated. Have some beers and some party. Now, I am raising funds for a new PC, which is to be my main content creation PC. Donations are not expected, but if you can and you want to, it is appreciated. Yeah, thank you, Corandus. You are more than welcome. Thank you for watching. I will be back on Friday playing the 4.1.1 PTU at whatever state that is in or whatever wave that is in. There's no patch for the PTU coming tonight. They should be finishing the hotfix any minute now. Might be a PTU 4.1.1 patch tomorrow, though. With that said, hopefully camping this weekend, so do check out my camping channel. We were supposed to do it last weekend, but we were all very poorly, and there was no way it was going to happen. So hopefully I can crack on with that one. Anyway, let me pass the stream on to Pisspot Pete. I'm assuming he is live. Let me just double check. Same time, so it'll be 2 p.m. BST. We're in British summertime now, which is 1 p.m. UTC. But 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. BST, mind numbing. Apologies for running literally as you've just gone live. I mean, as you've just joined us. Yeah, Piss Poor Pete is live. So raid Piss Poor Pete. Do say hello to Piss Poor Pete. Enjoy your chippy tea, Wonko. Oh, I might have to have some of that. Yeah, the new Inside Star Citizen tomorrow, talking about new in-game hairstyles. I get it's not everyone's cup of tea. I'll enjoy it, but there's plenty going on in game to get stuck in with. You're more than welcome, Jack. Thank you so much. I will see you all on Friday. In fact, this is my end screen, which is courtesy of... Oh, no, that was too fast. Whoa. Courtesy of Piss Poor Pete. So a big thank you to him for that one. Do send him your love. Make sure you hit that follow. And I'll see you all this Friday. Bye-bye.